Hello. Hey, you. Hello, Frazzled. Nice to see you and Travis. I think that what we have is going to be really good. I know it is, but it is going to be triggering. We need to make sure that everybody understands that because this is a hard thing to do. Actually, it's hard for me to do it. And my thinking is that we knew what happened here was horrible. We knew that all along. It's not that we were ever thought it wasn't. But I think that getting all these, we got a whole lot more information than I thought we would. And it is just so horrible. We knew it was, but it's really hard to think about what these kids went through. I mean, it's just so sad. And again, I just have to say that, they did the right thing. They went out, they didn't drive, and they were home safe. Like I said, if my kids said they were out and then I got a text that said we're home, then I can go to sleep and feel good. They're home safe. And they should have been, and they weren't. And this is just so, it's just really, it's too much. It is. It's way too much. But it did happen, and we talk about it. So I'll let you know that AFIG is going to come up, and she has a really good 3D floor plan with all of the things that went through that came out in the affidavit. So we're going to do that. So I'm going to drop a link for Faye. Just be really aware if it's a lot. For me, it's a lot. It was, I've gone over the affidavit a couple of times. It's still, I feel like I need to do it like a million times to really get everything, but also it's really hard for me. I don't know. So sad. I cannot even handle it. There's no way to describe how, I feel like those parents have to think about this how many times a day. God, oh.
Hey.
Hello, thank you for joining us tonight.
Yes, yeah, no, I'm glad I was able to. It gets really busy around here, so it's nice that today was a day where there was a lot going on and I wasn't, busy at all kinds of stuff. Personal training and all that nonsense,
Oh, right.
So.
Right, you have an evening that you can do that.
Yes, yeah. In fact, I went and told the boy not to come in here. I'm not in my office because he's right next door to it, so it's a little darker here in the bar area. So.
Well, and you can smoke in there.
Yes, accurate.
Hello, Liz. Thank you for joining. Is everybody feeling? I always want to say is everyone. I hope everyone's good and feeling good and happy and all that. And to talk about something so horrifically disturbing is. I don't want to sound insensitive to think that my stomach doesn't hurt from this. It does. And the thing is that I am going to say this. I think based on what we know at this point, those cops did a phenomenal job. 100%. I mean, they were on top of this, and little mister thinks he knows everything.
Yeah, I was kind of impressed on some of the things I read when I read it. I was like, wow, they were,
They
uh,
were.
like I said, they were playing 3D chess over there in some ways. They were just the very little bit of information that they did let out was very strategic. So I was impressed.
It was, and they did it so well. I mean, they played it quite well. Hey, Top Hats.
Hello, Top Hat.
Fig has an amazing
Yeah,
it
this 3D walkthrough
rises.
was crazy.
Yeah, she has an absolutely amazing video or whatever it is. You know,
Yeah, I
yeah,
have it
it,
pulled up, so whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I just think that
So
I don't know.
this walkthrough, go ahead,
I feel
sorry.
almost like last night. You know, not that I thought for a second. I really, truly, I like Annalise a lot. I love her show. I watch it. Um, and I really never. I don't take her as a type that it's not JLR. It's not that I feel like she would just say something that she did not believe, but it was still hard to hear that. And today I feel like we really got affirmation about that. And I don't know. It's like I didn't want it to be true. But we knew something. We knew horrible, horrible things happened. We knew that. So I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm just the whole thing has me really upset.
Yeah, that
So
was a lot.
I just wanted to say that I don't know what I want to say. What can you say? What the hell can you say when something's so God? I don't know. So I'll stop saying it, and I will let Fig's going to do this walkthrough. And so what this is, it's a 3D of the floor plan, but why don't you tell what it is?
Yeah, so I think at this point, a lot of us have seen these 3D walkthroughs that people have done. This one was particularly good. It's been updated with snippets of the affidavit. So as you walk into a specific room, the pages mentioning that room or the scene in that room are in the room itself. So I know there were some things that we read in the affidavit, especially as it relates to where all the roommates' rooms were. I know that was the discovery that Dylan was actually on the second floor, not the bottom floor. And I know we had all assumed that she was on the first floor or been led to believe that. I don't know if that was said, and maybe it was said because maybe he didn't realize she had seen him and they wanted to keep that secret. But um, this, I feel like, is very helpful when you're reading through the affidavit and being able to actually walk through the house at the same time to get a good visual of what some of the stuff means. So
Okay, so I will share it now. If you're ready, are you ready?
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Uh,
I'm gonna mute myself just so that people don't hear.
well, don't mute yourself. What if you have something interesting to say? I don't want to.
Well, I'll unmute
I'm
myself.
not here to take over. It's not Ashley Snotty. Uh,
Well,
um, okay, so obviously the King Road house. We've all seen the King Road house. This particular person looks like he's feeding pups on this site. I know I sent Jackie the link for it. So it's in the description box. So if anybody wants to go and check it out themselves at a different time, you can go and look at that. This one is really great because it includes a lot of photographs to give you a better sense of what you're actually looking at when you're looking at the house as far as direction and stuff. But uh, so we'll just enter. Um, so this is the entrance. Obviously, you've got the stairs going up. um, And it's going to take you obviously to the different rooms. I think this is the room that we all originally believed was Dylan's room. It was actually Bethany's room. So this is the one in the affidavit. And this is from page 2 of the affidavit. Two of the interviews included BF and DM. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. So that's what we're looking at here is BF's room. So Bethany's room. So some of these get a little zoomed in. Don't want to give anybody any vertigo. So this is just obviously nothing to do with the crime scene, but this is the bedroom where Bethany was staying. And so this is directly beneath Xana's room. And then down the hallway was where we had assumed was one of the other roommates. This was actually empty. So nobody was staying in this room.
I will add that in one of the body cams from the from Truth and Transparency, from like in August or September, I think, the body cam, you could see through the window there, and there wasn't a bed in there. And so people did start to think that possibly there was not anybody in that room, that she had been on. Remember that?
I don't remember that, but I do know that this particular walkthrough also includes some photos. So maybe there is a photo in here.
Okay, yeah, I just want to throw that in.
Yeah, no, that was good though, because some of these did have photos and I didn't get a chance to look at all of them. But so this is the one that's been confirmed to have been empty, the one right off the actual front door on the first floor. So when you go up here is when you're going to start seeing more about the actual affidavit itself. Thought these were kind of great, and since it's obviously what's important here was the victims, they're being silly here, obviously. But so these are some photos of the girls. This one is another one. That's what I was telling you. You could see photos through windows sometimes on this one. Where is... So down here would have been Xana's room, obviously. And the bathroom. And this is where we're going to get some more information with the affidavit. So from pages 1 and 2 of the affidavit is Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernodle's, hereafter Kernodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. She was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin? Am I saying that probably incorrectly?
I think it's Chapin.
Okay, as soon as I said it, I felt like it was wrong. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined from the autopsy report to be caused by sharp force injuries. After this is actually where it goes into a full page of redactions, which I have to imagine had more of the autopsy report results in it. And then this goes into some of the events, obviously, from the affidavit later on. DM, which we know is Dylan Mortensen, stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this also could have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out her bedroom window but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house, which that's kind of weird. You looked outside, but whatever. Maybe for a car, I guess. DM states she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's bedroom. DM then said she heard a male voice saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Which that just gives me chills because she doesn't say it was Ethan, which is terrifying. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times. Starting at 4:17 a.m., the security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. DM said she opened her door for a third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking toward her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe the murderer left the scene. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. So those 2 pages, all of that was very shocking. To me anyway, I think it was a lot of sad information as far as I'm concerned. I don't know about that "I'm going to help you" thing. I think that is really sad. I don't know. So as we leave out of Xana's bedroom, you head out to the living room. So so in case anybody is getting a little confused, you have Xana's room down the hallway to the right, down here, and then straight ahead is the stairs to go to the 3rd floor. But right before the stairs, that would have been Dylan's room. So when she said somebody was coming toward her, they are obviously headed this direction, toward those stairs, and then they went out the sliding door here. So this would have been Dylan's room.
So you think that they were headed upstairs? They already obviously had been upstairs?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry if what I said sounded confusing. They had already been upstairs. She said he was walking toward her and then he went out the sliding glass door. So that means he would have been walking in the direction of the stairs. Was what I seen by her. So not directly at her, but in her general direction, which probably explains why he maybe didn't even see her. If she had just kind of cracked that door to look, she would have seen him, but he may not have seen her. So here's the section of the affidavit that talks more about Dylan's statements. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the 2nd floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she said sounded like her playing with her dog. So this is what we already read earlier. So I don't think there's anything new in here that would be different. Yeah, so this is basically the exact same things we already read. Just this is the room where she was at when she saw the person basically kind of come around that corner, right? Because it would have been kind of coming around this corner here. And then he would head out this way. So that's the confirmed exit point. Probably the entrance as well, because it's probably going to go out the same way he came in. So then,
Well, I wonder because I felt like I had kind of decided, which obviously I was wrong. I felt this person was there when they all got home. I thought that, but obviously
yeah,
not.
yeah. When you read the affidavit, it definitely sounds like he was waiting for them, but outside.
Right, but he wasn't right. And with that screen being off, I wondered if he hadn't come in that window.
Yeah.
See
I mean,
that
it's
screen
possible.
right, the window right there, the screen was off. But of course, like you know, well, we know he'd been. I still have it in my head that there were times when they were all gone that he actually went through the house and sniffed panties or who knows what.
Right. When I was reading and we'll get to those pages. I know you will. I'm sorry. About the cell phone records and stuff. They had gotten the historical cell phone records from like June when he had gotten that phone. Um, I was kind of surprised I didn't see more of him being in the area. I think there was only like 2 different days outside of the day of the murder that he had been over there, which included the morning after, which is horrifying.
Sick. He is despicable.
So then you walk up the stairs, and we're going to get into the pages from the affidavit when the officer arrived upstairs. So there's the bathroom that's described in the affidavit. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the 3rd floor of the residence. The 3rd floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonzalez, hereinafter Gonzalez. I always want to say Gonzalez. It's like it doesn't. I later learned from a review of Officer Nunez's body camera that there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Kaylee and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Duer. I found out from an interview with Jack on November 13th that he and Kaylee shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the 3rd floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the 3rd floor. Yes, Buffalo Mountain, Tennessee girl. That her waiting 8 hours to call 911 is definitely a question I have as well. Clearly, she got up enough times to think there was something going on, and she locked her door. It says she's frozen in shock. I think there's a lot of questions there that I think Jackie wants to go over later. But yeah, that shocks me as well. So this was Kaylee's room, and this is obviously where Murphy the dog was at. But that was it. Nobody else was in the bedroom. This is just the section of the affidavit once again talking about how the dog was in this bedroom. Okay, so then we're going to go back down the hallway. This is the bathroom. I thought there was something in here listed about the affidavit talking about the bathroom, but it's not like it's important. So, then you go into Maddie's room. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Kaylee and Maddie were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Maddie's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had K-Bar U.S. Marine Corps, or USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle, Globe, and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA, subject or suspect profile, left on the button snap of the knife sheath. And then so here you're going to have the photo of the K-Bar USMC knife sheath. This isn't the exact one, right? This isn't like an evidence photo. This is just an example of what it looks like.
Right. I don't believe that was not in the affidavit.
Yeah, I know it wasn't in the affidavit. I didn't think it had been released, but this would be basically what you're looking at. And this is what I was saying when I first read this. He obviously did a really incredible job of not leaving DNA, or at least so he thought, because that's their only source of DNA for the probable cause. If there had been DNA elsewhere, they would have put it in there.
Well, we assume, and we don't see. Again, I am completely blown away. I thought once they put that gag order in, I thought that this entire thing would be redacted.
Right, kind of like the Brian Laundrie ticket that he got at the Mayahatchee Reserve. It was like, here it is, guys, and then the entire thing was just all black.
Right. And
like, oh,
you know, I have just become more and more impressed with this entire investigation. Like, it was, I can't say enough about it. But I do have a picture of the knife that goes with that. I don't know if we want to show that or not. I mean, I really question whether I should even.
When we're almost done with this section of the like, it's pretty much over. We basically kind of followed the footsteps of the officer as he walked through the house for the affidavit. So I think this is all that there was to show. But what this made me recall when I heard this, first of all, this was the only source of DNA they found. So he clearly had done something to make sure he didn't leave DNA, and he thought he did a good job. This was obviously an accident for him to have left some DNA in that button. But the first thing I thought about was, I think it was the prosecutor or the district attorney or something in Pennsylvania when they did their press conference. And he said, I believe that he waived his right to extradition so he could see this affidavit as well. Yes. I think he's very curious about what he screwed up on. Like, I think he's saying, you didn't get DNA. How did you get DNA? And I just feel like he read this and was probably so pissed off, remembering that one time he opened and closed this thing without gloves on or something. Which kind of
right. And because he really feels like I believe he does, like people have said, he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room all the time. And I feel like he wanted to dangle, it's like he wanted to say, I went right back over there the next day and you guys still don't even know who I am.
Right. Right.
I mean, because how sadistic is that? How, I mean, I've never even thought about hurting anybody. I mean, no, I've had a few scuffles in my day. I'm not going to lie about that. And I've enjoyed it quite a bit. Not gonna lie. But then again, I truly even feel guilty for back in the day that I actually enjoyed punching people at one time. But even then, I never wanted to actually cause real physical harm to anybody. There is something very, of course we know this guy's crazy, but it just is so mind-boggling for me that to look at his face and how he behaves, and to come back, even times when I have done things that I shouldn't have done, which came nowhere near even being a crime. Right. I still woke up the next day and was like, yeah, that wasn't cool. And he went back there that next
Right.
morning
And I think
before. Oh,
what's more upsetting is he went back there, I think, hoping to see police and crime
right,
tape and all the chaos he had caused. And unfortunately, he saw nothing because the police hadn't been called yet. But so at least he didn't get that gratification. I think that was
right.
what I was thinking was when I saw the comment. It just went by. I think it was Phoebe Beach. That's what it was. Um, I would I she was saying that maybe Dylan thought it was a guy, maybe one of Ethan's friends or something that she just didn't know. I kind of tried to think that too, and then after Annie's text yesterday, which did say that Dylan had seen him, they had said that she had said something like "shut the f up." Um,
Yes, yeah, yeah,
Ethan, and so I was like, well, if that's what she thought, but in the affidavit, it's quoting her as saying that she stood like frozen in shock
right.
and that she didn't recognize him. But even if you thought it was someone's friend, why would you freeze in shock? I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible that she went and shut the door, locked it, and was like, I don't want anything to do with whatever the fighting is going on. Or I don't know. Maybe Santa and Ethan broke up, or maybe this guy's doing something. So it could be any variable of things. I'm not anyone who's going to rush and say that it's because she knew about it. I know I've seen that out there, like because she's still in on it. But it's definitely weird. It's
No, and
definitely
I'm not. I refuse to go down to any kind of shaming because I know for sure this girl, she didn't do it. Okay, she did not do it, and she's never going to be the same again.
no, no.
You know, I don't know. A lot of people are not going to be the same again. This is going to haunt me for a long time, maybe forever. And I was not there. I mean, I cannot. But I am having a hard time with that. Just
Mhm.
because I can't imagine. First of all, how did you fall asleep?
That's what I'm saying. It's to me, I feel like there were some red flags. Obviously, there was. I don't know that it says she heard screams. I think she said it heard what sounded like Kaylee playing
Crying.
with the dog, and then she
Right.
also thinks she heard crying.
Right.
Um, and so again, who knows? Maybe she was just shocked because it was a man she'd never seen coming out of the direction of Xana's room, but she wasn't necessarily scared. She was just like, "Who the hell's that guy? I don't want any part of this." You know, maybe that's what explains that. She just went to bed not thinking it was anything nefarious, but something that she just didn't want to, some drama that she didn't want to be a part of.
I
Because
know.
it was fear. I don't know how you are frozen in fear for 8 straight hours.
You know, what I have to think is that by no means did she believe anybody was
Murdered.
gone.
Right.
And we don't know everything. We don't. You know, they told us that much because that is pertinent to the case.
Right.
But
So that's my thing.
we
I feel
don't
like,
know that she didn't sit there and say, I just didn't understand. We don't know. And I don't, I cannot victim shame because she is, first of all, you're going to have survivor's guilt.
right.
Why did I live? Why?
Hmm. Hmm.
You're going to have also, why didn't I do something? There has to be a million things. And I cannot believe. And not only that, these are the ones who found this. I mean,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
my imagination is out of control, much
Right.
less had I actually been there for that. I mean, I cannot even get my head around, and it's so hard to get my head around any of it. This is a very, very horrific thing that
It
is
is.
going.
It is. So that's why I kind of just wanted to make sure I threw that out there. Was like I've been finding very innocent ways why Dylan wouldn't have called 911 because I think the roommates have taken a lot of flack, mostly because what they knew was purposely kept secret from the public, and so it made them look suspicious. And I can't imagine what those girls have gone through and how traumatic this is. So I just want to make that mention too, that a lot of times it could just be something very innocent. And again, just thinking it was drama she didn't want to be involved in, or it's 4 a.m. I'll ask her about it in the morning. It's a party house. There's people coming in and out. So
Right.
I don't,
Right.
I think it's, I was a college age kid at some point too. Sometimes your friends cry over stupid shit and you're not in the mood. So you're just, I'm going to pretend
Oh,
I didn't
right.
hear that. I can't deal with it. I'm tired and I'm going to go to sleep and I'll check on them in the morning.
Right.
They're all right.
And I was always one of those, even back in the day when I would go to parties with, um, in high school or whatever, and, there was always those girls that like wanted to go to the bathroom and, talk about a bunch of, it's like, well, we can talk about that tomorrow. There's a party going on. I'm going to go ahead and just go back to the party.
Right.
And I
Or
was
it's
like,
4:30 in the morning. I'm going to bed. You guys have been loud all night.
exactly. I cannot, I just cannot right now. And there's no way everybody, like I said, if my kids said, hey, I'm home, I'm all safe and sound, then I would go to sleep feeling really good, not having an idea that something horrible could happen. When you're at home, that's where you're in your safety zone. It's when you're out and about and you're doing something that we've had these talks before. Even it's so weird. I just recently, for whatever reason, I know why. I was going to say I don't know why, but no, somebody had sent me a friend request on Facebook probably about maybe a year ago, and it just hit me that because I had my best friend that we did everything together, and we were both on the same boat about we're not trying to have drama in the bathroom all day and redo our makeup and whatever, all this fun. We were both on the same boat with this. We did everything together. And one night we got dropped off at a party, and the minute we walked up, the cops were there and took it. We never even got inside. And we're like, oh, how are we going to get home now? And we got a ride with some people that we kind of knew from our town. And forever, I've been like, we don't really know them. And I always thought, what position did we put ourselves in? And I got a friend request like a year ago from one of those guys. It was 3 guys. We were just with 3 guys. For my whole life, I thought, that was just not smart. And I have, even as a child, I have found myself to be a smart person. I didn't do stupid shit. Of course, they're super nice people. And it's not like I was like, oh, they look weird or anything. I just thought that was not smart. But they were home. This is what kills me. The terror they went through in their own home, in their own bed, in their own bedroom.
Right. And what they probably, in Xana's case, especially what they saw their friend go through, their boyfriend, or what Ethan saw Xana go through. It's terrible.
And from what Anna Lee says, what happened to him.
Yeah, I don't even want to repeat that. That was disturbing. I think that's a part of why page 2 was redacted, not just because of the case itself, like to protect the case. I think it was also to spare people some of those really gruesome details. You don't necessarily always need those. I respect that a lot, actually, that's not their family.
True.
Unfortunately, we're going to find out eventually in the trial anyway, but I just think I definitely want to put that out there. I do think Dylan and Bethany have gotten a lot of really undue hate. Obviously, so did some of the other ones. You've got, Food Truck Jack and Jack the boyfriend. A lot of people were flinging a lot of accusations at them, but the arrest of Brian took the heat off of them and people let it go. This affidavit seems to have kind of fueled the fire against Dylan, like made it worse. People think, and the term, I saw somebody saying frozen in fear. I think it was Travis. It actually says frozen in shock. Like she was shocked to see somebody there. Like, oh, who is that? That doesn't necessarily mean that she thought anything really a murder had happened or there was any reason to call 9. You don't call 911 because, oh, my friend got in a fight with her boyfriend. So I think there's just a lot of really innocent explanations as to why she just said, I'm staying out of this, and locked her door. And
Right.
the poor thing will never forgive herself for that, I'm sure. There was nothing
That's
she
what
could
I'm saying. There's no good reason for any of us to, yes, it makes me feel questioned. It makes me feel weird, but I gotta, I don't know exactly what happened. I don't know that when she told the cops this, they put what she said, her statement. They're not, we don't see that she is losing her mind saying, I never in a million years thought somebody, because you just don't.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever thinks that,
Mm-hmm.
I'm a true crime freak. I always have been my whole life. And
Mm-hmm.
so I do lay there and start imagining weird stuff. And I have to say to myself, okay, really? Stop it.
Right,
You know,
that's it.
like about this one, about this thing. It's so funny because this story has made me think so many times about like forever, whenever you, when I was a kid and as an adult, okay, like every once in a while when you lock your front door or whatever, inside I would always be like, oh, I locked it just as somebody was getting ready to open it and come in here,
Right. You've seen
all
those
these
videos,
crazy.
where it's like, that thief is just waiting for that minute. You don't lock the door when you take out the trash.
I'm telling you, like, but not everybody thinks that way.
Right. I know my best friend and I constantly will joke and stuff about, like, sometimes we're just thinking of alibis, even though we didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
We're like, okay, I got my coffee at 9:28 a.m. So anybody needs to know where I was. Starbucks has got cameras. And then we're both laughing, like, why I didn't do anything. So why do I need that? Nobody cares
Right.
about the Starbucks at 9:28.
Or whenever you see cop cars behind you and you go, or the lights behind you, you're like, okay, I've never had like, a bunch of drugs in there I'm smuggling or anything, but you just start feeling all, or even if they don't have a light, they're just behind you, you're like, okay, well, let's see, just make sure, because it's not
Right.
like I'm gonna go to jail no matter what. I'm just not.
Right. But not
But
everybody
you
thinks
start
like that.
thinking all these things.
Mhm. But not everybody has, massive anxiety. So it
Right.
so I just want to throw that out there. I know you want to go over the rest of the affidavit and stuff. I just think, I feel
Well, I
really
don't
bad for
know.
him. And I mean, Bethany doesn't have a statement, so I think it's pretty realistic to believe Bethany really did sleep through it. It doesn't really sound like there was like loud screaming. It was more the dog is barking, the uh, the crying, the horrible sick thing that hurts my stomach so badly is that it's gonna be okay. I'm here to help you, or I'm gonna help you.
I know. Oh my
I just
God.
that's been getting me ever since I read it more than anything. I
I
think
know.
even more than what you played by Annie last night, which was disgusting. That really horrific
That was
detail.
hard. That was hard. Oh my
But
gosh.
that thinking that she was crying and scared and frightened, or maybe even hurt, and that maybe that was him responding to her saying that it's okay, I'm gonna help you. It makes my stomach
Right.
just
What you want to,
turn.
what I want to do, I cannot imagine these parents. These parents are all day, every day, that scene. They've known a lot of this already. And even if they didn't, they knew they're gone. They knew somebody did, I mean, even if they just knew what we knew.
Mm-hmm.
But how many times do you think in their head they've been like, what happened to my daughter? How did she feel? I'm thinking it. You know how much they're thinking it. And I cannot, how do you ever even close your eyes again? How do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's so hard to even get your head around. Every bit of it hurts my heart. I'm so sorry for them. I don't know what to say.
It's horrific.
It is. It's so. And then I hear people saying things like, it's getting too much attention or whatever. It can't get enough. It can't get too much attention. It can't. And
No, no,
like I've said this whole
until there's
time, what I've been
justice
saying
for the
is,
family.
the thing that makes this one so weird to me is, I'm not afraid of Leilani Simon at all.
Right, right.
I would actually love the chance to, be in a locked room with her. I'm not afraid of Casey Anthony. These are people who attack children, defenseless people who can't do anything back. This person terrifies me.
Right. Yeah.
I'm scared to death of who, before I ever knew who it was, I'm scared to death of this person. Mm-hmm. Much like you should be afraid of Jodi Arias.
Oh yeah, she's an absolute psychopath.
She obviously she had to catch him off guard and stuff, but that was some shit right there. Mm-hmm. And that person scares me.
Jerry's comment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but Jerry's comment is like exactly kind of how I felt about it, trying to keep her quiet so that then he could kind of finish off what he needed to do. That really upsets me a lot. And I think she was also asking about DoorDash. That's a part of the affidavit. I need to pop in the house really quick, but I know you wanted to show the knife and we need to.
And I'm very sorry to say, you guys, I haven't actually been reading chat so much. I haven't at all. I'm sorry.
It's a crazy day. There's a lot to say. So.
Well, first of all, actually, I had it on full screen, so I couldn't see chat myself. And then just talking about this, so I don't want anyone to think I've ignored them. I didn't mean to. I just, this is just a lot, and it's been really hard for me all day to even. I'm very thankful that Fig came on and went through some of that, because even the way she went through it, it helped. Because me just reading it today, I don't know how many times you just can't. I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot. And it's really sad. That's the only thing I can say. Because you know what happened here is, to me, is it's undescribable. You can't really describe everything about that. You just can't. It's too much. It is a lot. Oh God. I'm so sorry for how they felt. Right. To get your head around this is hard. It's really hard. And then you look at him and you think, you just went around and you went back there the next day, drove through. Oh. I know he's not convicted yet, but come on. This is a sick person. And I want to get my hands around him. Actually, no, I don't. I actually don't want to be in the same room with him, because he scares me. Because he acts kind of normal. Actually, he doesn't. He's not normal. He's an incel. And he is somebody that was very socially awkward. So, but you know what? That wasn't everybody else's fault. And I'm sorry you were born that way. I'm sorry that you rubbed everybody wrong, that you could not read a room and understand that nobody was impressed with your whatever.
Right.
I'm really freaking sorry. Those people did nothing to you. What happened in your life is, I don't know if maybe it's not your fault you were born that way. Maybe it's not your parents' fault. I believe it appears everything, that they've done everything they can for their kids. But it wasn't their fault. And even if it was, how freaking dare you? How dare you?
Mm-hmm. No.
This is not somebody that you had a beef with.
And even if it is, you don't.
Well, exactly. Right.
Stab people.
No, you're right.
To death.
But it's just so.
But yeah.
It's so. It's over the top.
It is.
You know,
it is.
And this is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to put anybody down. I'm not putting anybody's life over anybody else's. But when you look at a lot of serial unalivers, whatever, a lot of times those are people who are in work that I'm not putting down, and I'm not saying their life means less than anybody else's, because it does not. But they're a lot of times they're more dangerous, and they know what they're doing. They know that.
Right.
They're not at their own home where they took an Uber. They didn't drive. They did everything right. It just, I don't know. This has me so wound up. And I know, I'm not sure why I'm so wound up. We knew it wasn't good. We knew there was blood coming out of the outside of the house. We knew it was horrible.
Right.
But it's still really been very hard for me today to handle this. I think because maybe there was a small part of me that really believed they weren't going to tell us this stuff. And maybe I didn't want to know it. I don't know.
Right.
But those parents.
I know, the parents, I can't. I really can't.
Oh, my God.
I think, so there's a couple things that had come up in chat that had kind of made me think about it. Number one, I think it sounds like the theory that he had gone there and gone upstairs first, Maddie and Kaylee, and then went to Ethan and Xana. That sounds kind of correct. It sounds like Ethan and Xana were awake at the time, and there is things that she heard somebody say somebody's in the house, which is kind of what we thought all along, is that she had heard something, told Ethan, hey, somebody's in the house, somebody's here. And that's kind of where he kind of intersects with them. And then again, you know, like Jerry was saying, and I agreed with, it's that it's okay, I'm going to help you, is a way to keep her quiet after witnessing what he had probably just done to Ethan. Absolutely disgusting. And then not realizing the other two are there. The other thing that came up was the knife sheath. And I think there's kind of two things. It's either left there by mistake. It looks like the belt loop kind, like I saw somebody say, where it kind of goes on the belt. Or it was left there intentionally to throw off police. A K-Bar U.S. Marine Corps knife could have been there to throw off police, and I guarantee you he did not realize he had left DNA on it. Guarantee it. I think he is shocked as shit right now when he read that.
Because if that is the only DNA, which we don't know that it is. We don't know that.
I mean, I feel like if there was more, they'd have put it in that probable cause. They get really detailed when you pull it up later. And if anyone who hasn't read it yet, I read it probably 4 or 5 times today, but they were pretty detailed in what they went through to establish probable cause. So unless some hasn't come back yet, it's possible.
Well, what I think is that it appears to me that it's possible. Now, I read through it. I listened to other people. For whatever reason, I kept trying to read it with my little wild man Jack, and between trying to sob and whatever, I finally was like, why am I not just listening to somebody else read it? Because actually, this is just really hard. I have to keep, But I feel like I need to probably read it like 10 more times because there's a lot there. There is a lot.
There is.
And I was able to figure out that these investigators need an award of some kind. I mean, they're doing their job, but they did it.
Well, and to know that this is not all of the evidence, because obviously they're going to collect evidence from the car. I guarantee you there's blood somewhere in that car. Whatever he did to not leave blood anywhere else, it's in the car somewhere. If they found DNA on the snap button, they're going to find the blood in the car. They're going to find weird stuff at his apartment. They probably found weird
That's
stuff.
what I'm saying. I'm
But-
betting that there is some more. I'm betting that that car has got to be there has to be. He got in there,
Right.
and that's where he had his safety zone. You know, they weren't safe in their own house, but he felt safe once he got in that car.
Right. Right.
I mean, he was
So I
obviously never afraid because he was the monster. But
And it took him an hour to get home that night, a 15-minute drive. So he thought he cleaned up. I think he thought he got rid of some things, and there's probably stuff in that car that he wasn't able to clean up.
And, you know, not to be gross and graphic or anything else, but because what I have believed this whole time, there was no essay that went on where we have no reason to believe that happened.
Mm-hmm.
I think we were actually told that didn't happen.
Well,
But-
and when you read the affidavit, you find that we've been told a lot of things, and those cops
Exactly. You're absolutely right.
That they
That's
were
what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I don't.
were a Elantra situation.
Well, and the time, a lot of things don't really match. But what I have this feeling that sick. I've said all along, I think that he got gratification off of what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of times that is what happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
They do.
There are
And so an hour to get home. So what did he do? Okay, I don't know. He went and ditched his bunny suit.
or whatever he was wearing, right? Whatever it was he was wearing, because I think it'd be weird if, because in the description of him, she just talks about the mask. It'd be weird if she was. To me, it would be even more strange if she said, "I saw a guy in a mask and a full bunny suit, and I didn't think that was weird. I just thought that was normal college drama." So, I mean, whatever he was wearing, he definitely went and ditched that.
But there's no way that he did not take some of their DNA into his car.
Absolutely. Yeah, the car is full of stuff. I guarantee that.
There has to be, and this is the thing, a lot of people have thought, well, if he was at a party at that house, even before they moved there, then his DNA could be there. But
Not on the night.
Their DNA being in his car, that's not about a party.
Right. No, and I think what they did really well in that probable cause affidavit is they found the DNA on the knife sheath. That's not enough because it could very easily be argued. He doesn't know how the hell that got there. That's not his, whatever, right? But then when they go through the cell phone records and they are eventually able to track the car. I don't know how many people were here when you were on with Jan last week. I wasn't here for the live, but I watched the replay. And it sounds like basically the procedure that Jan laid out that they would have done to track that vehicle is exactly what they did.
Right.
So,
No, he did tell us. You're
anyone
right.
who's not familiar, Jackie has a really good old high school friend of hers that was a police officer for a really long time. She worked in gang enforcement and task force.
She's a retired police officer in New York.
Yeah. And she specifically worked in intelligence for the police department. And she kind of tracked how that would work. If they did see a vehicle, if they capture it anywhere, they know exactly how to basically follow it. And if they catch a license plate, there's scanners all over the place. And they'd be able to basically follow it anywhere it went from then on. They can program the cameras and the scanners to just find it for them. So it does sound like they were able to capture it again and again and again to the point where they were finally able to figure out who it was registered to. And then seriously, the guy is a terrible driver. I mean, thank God he's a horrible driver. That never made sense to me, people who commit a bunch of crimes and then they're horrific drivers. I mean, isn't that how Bundy got caught, right? Running a stop sign.
This is it. This is what they do. This is what I always say. So many times whenever you hear on the news, like, okay, they have this huge drug bust because this person had no brake lights. And you're like, if you were gonna I'm nervous as a cat to have no brake lights, first of all, because I don't want to be hit whenever I stop.
Right.
I want people to know I've stopped. Very big on that. I also don't want to be pulled over, and I don't have, a trunk full of fentanyl.
Right. I know that's a.
It always blows my mind that they are just like, you're like, well, why the heck? I'm always glad that they get that off the street. Don't get me wrong, but I'm like, what a dumb a-hole.
I know my husband was joking about that, and he's like, if you're doing crime, you need like a 50-point vehicle inspection before you hit the road.
Right.
Put it in cruise control. Don't go 1 mile over speed limit. He's like, if I was in charge of a drug cartel, I would be inspecting vehicles regularly. That light needs to be fixed. That needs to be done. But yeah, that amazes me. So fortunately, he followed that path of all other known serial killers. He was a terrible driver. So he had been pulled over. That's where they somehow get the cell phone number from being pulled over.
Yes.
And then they're able to trace it, which I found it crazy that one of the nights that they can prove that he was in the area of the King Road house for an hour. Thank you. He's pulled over leaving there, not far from the house. If you look at the times, it's probably about a 3-minute difference, 2-minute difference, I think it was. That's the time he's pulled over and they get his phone number.
I actually have that citation thanks to Top Hats. I have that. We went over it the other night. Oh, hey.
Hey, I want to say hi.
He can't stop himself.
Frazzled's in here.
Oh, nice.
Frazzled knows Mr. Fig over here.
Yeah, I was watching videos about that piece of crap earlier.
Oh, it's so bad, right?
Yeah. So sad. Me and Ashley were talking about it, how scary it was when that roommate saw that guy. Like she walked right into him. He walked right by her. That's terrifying.
Yes.
All right. Don't want to interrupt.
Oh, no. Good to see you, Mr. Fig.
Good to see you.
Yeah, sorry, he couldn't help himself. He, sorry, Frazzled says hi. Sorry, now I don't even know where we were after that. I just asked him to bring me my.
No, Mr. Fig is always like, can you frazzle?
Yeah, he's the funny one. He's not ever trying to be a part of the serious conversations. And I was telling him all about
there's my sister.
Could not have cared less.
My sister from another Mister right there. Hey, you.
So, do you want to pull up the example of the actual knife, or do you want to pull up the affidavit and kind of go through? Because that's what we were talking about, was how I believe this was stellar police work on their part. They were onto this guy fast.
Well, I'll pull up I think I will. I don't. Well,
are you gonna watch a video without us?
By myself again. I did it again last night.
I know, I saw that.
Jeez.
I didn't get a chance to watch all of last night's, but I think I caught up enough.
Yeah, you caught that. Okay. See, I don't know how. Okay, let me see. I might need Mr. Snotty's. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I think I can do it like this. This isn't how I intended on doing it, just so you know. But.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so this. Oh. I need to not have it be so big.
You should be able to just click on the larger image. Yeah, that's disturbing.
Right.
To me, I feel like the sheath feels more like it was intentional to leave it there. Again, I think to throw police off. I mean, we already know he's had that statement when he got arrested, like, oh, have you arrested anybody else? I think he's all about trying to create doubt because he's smart enough. Like, yeah, I think Grace just said it right now. He has a PhD, or he was working on a PhD in criminal justice. I think some of the things that we're seeing it was intentional. I just think he screwed up and didn't realize that at some point he had touched that knife without gloves on, the knife sheath or something. Because the man was wearing gloves at the grocery store in Pennsylvania. So covering his tracks was his thing.
So here is what the knife, this is hard for me to look at. Do you see it yet?
Yeah, everybody can see it.
The actual knife?
Oh, we can see it in the sheath.
Okay, that's not what I'm showing, so I'm wondering why.
If it opened another tab, it's because you're only sharing that tab. So if you go back down, you can present the other tab. So that's what's happening. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so that's the
Wait, stop. So you do see it now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's to me kind of hard to see, to look at.
It is.
But it is what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not happy about it. I don't want to know about it. I wish I never knew anything about this.
Yeah, I wish it never happened. I mean, I think that's pretty easy for everybody.
Right. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry that I am not paying a lot of attention to the chat. I just want to apologize for that because it's.
Yes, Grace. They found, that's how they found the DNA. He had left the K-Bar U.S.
Mhm.
Marine Corps knife sheath laying on the bed next to one of the victims. And that's where they found the DNA to link it to.
You know, Grace, you'll want to go back to the beginning of this video. Fig went through a 3D floor plan of the home, and each way she described went through the affidavit to show what happened at that point, and so that's when you would definitely hear that for sure.
And again, I just want to mention, because I did not create that, I wish I was that talented and I wish I had that kind of time. The link to who did create that is in the description box.
Mm-hmm.
He did it through a program, and he's the one who added all the, or he, she, I don't really know if, who did it, but so if you want to check it out yourself at any time or reference it back, I did send the link. It's down in the description box. So I just want to throw that out there again, because whoever did that did a phenomenal job. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was great. And it's funny. Well, it's not fun. Nothing's funny. I hate. I'm sorry. I apologize but we did. Fig did take us through a 3D floor plan. What, a month ago or so?
Mm-hmm. About 3-4 weeks ago, something like that.
Yeah. Which was really, that was awesome to do, because it's, especially in the beginning, it was really hard to get your head around that floor plan.
Yes, because it's a very odd house.
In some places, it was a basement, and in some places, it was ground level.
It's like all stairs and bedroom. It's a very weird house.
Yeah, it is. And so, it was really enlightening.
Mm-hmm.
Because I kept trying to get my head around it, and I was like, well, I don't know. Is that like a garden level? Like, I just couldn't figure it out.
That's why I had wanted, after I read the affidavit and we had seen a couple of things that were slightly different from what we had thought, mainly Dylan's bedroom being on the second floor. We had basically been led to believe that that was an empty room. And again, now seeing how the police have handled this, that was intentional all along for him to never know that she saw him. But I was trying to find it again so that we could go through it after we went through the affidavit. And then I just happened to stumble upon that one where he already had that integrated in. And I was like, wow, this is, I called Jackie immediately and said, we gotta put this on here. This is fantastic.
Yeah, no, we already knew we were going to go through that. It's just that, that made it a whole lot different. And I'm going to be honest, like, that helped me in the sense of that part of the affidavit was, it kind of made it easier to go through that part.
Yes, because it is really sad to read about finding the body.
Really hard. It's very hard for me. Yeah.
So that did make it a little easier, and it also helped have it make more sense. So yeah, if you're just getting here now, go back to the beginning of the video. I mean, I think it was super helpful to me to get a better understanding of and like I said, I've read the affidavit. I don't even know how many times today. I was super busy, but every time I had a free moment, I was reading through it again. So
yeah, I had it on my phone all day.
But yeah, if you're just joining, I think it's a really good way to get at least through those first few pages. The next several pages that I think you're going to go over soon, it's a lot of information to digest. So I think you can probably do a good job going through it a little slowly, helping people digest it.
Okay, I think what we should do right now is we do have his court appearance today, which and for me this this shows his lack of giving an F about anything.
Right. I think that's how he is.
And I think to me, it kind of shows even, again, he has not been convicted of anything. And I'm not going to be involved in that conviction period anyway. I'm just going to say my opinion. Everything here is 100% my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think we're in danger of being selected for that jury.
And, just like I said last week when people said, stop saying Jack D did it. And I'm like, okay, well, first of all, I can say, my dog did it, because it doesn't matter what I say. I'm not making any citizen arrests. I don't have anything to do with it. And it's human nature to speculate.
Right.
And I don't know that he did do it or didn't do it any more than anybody else does. And that's still all true. Okay. But so I still don't, it's not as if anything I say is going to matter. It's just what I think. But to me, so for my opinion, watching him in court actually shows him to be more guilty in my eyes, because if I were accused of these actions and I did not do it, I would be an absolute mess.
Right. Yeah.
I think not kept me behaving at all. Like, I understand what you're saying, but I didn't do this.
Right. I think that was in the Banfield link I sent you too, where she says that the attorney's like, well, he's a little shocked. A little shocked. If the police busted in here right now to arrest me for murder, I would be way more than shocked. I would be so confused and terrified and
I would be in a ball. I would be in a ball. I would be begging. I would never.
Right.
No,
That's a very weird reaction to have for being arrested for a quadruple homicide if you're completely innocent. To be a little shocked.
He's just really too calm about all this. And I'm kind of wondering, last night watching, and I hate to brag about this because it was a joint effort between myself and Top Hats that we did track that plane all day. And for whatever reason, I actually pulled up a video at the most perfect time ever. Okay, so if you didn't watch that, go back and watch it, because I got that landing. It was right.
Yeah, you were dead on that one. You and Top Hats killed it yesterday for sure.
We pulled that off big time. How sad to say. But again, you see him get out of there, You know, I think I would have fallen out of the plane. You know, I would not have handled that at all.
No, 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 not at all.
So to me, that's another part of I don't care. I don't care.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. But he doesn't care. He's still not bothered. At no time has he been bothered that he did this.
And you would be a little bit shocked. I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be absolutely confused, horribly confused.
Be breaking down. I don't. It's just
Right.
too much for me. It's
Yeah,
way too much for me. Like I want to behave in a way that he won't, and I did not do it, and I was not even there.
So yeah,
and you
obviously
see him behaving very casual.
we can obviously continue to say allegedly over and over again for your own legal purposes, but allegedly my act. I don't think alleged serial killers act like this.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I would be like getting out of the plane. Everybody, I didn't do this. I did not. I would not do this. No, he's just behaving like he doesn't care that he did that. So I'm very wound up about this, but okay, I'm gonna play him in court today.
Yeah, exactly. What we've seen and what we've heard, his statements are just doesn't seem to have a real reaction to it that you would think you'd have if you were completely innocent. So.
I think you're absolutely right, Top Hat. The same thing. I don't think that he intentionally got caught, but yet I think he's really good with the fact that he is going to be, people are going to write books about him. There's going to be a movie about him. He's going to be a case study. I think he wants to be that. I mean, I think he's okay with it. I think he's good with that. Yeah, oh my God. Ugh. Okay, I'll play this and shut my fat mouth. Oh, I need to see which one.
Top Hats wants to bring your attention to his jaw muscles in the video. He says you can see them. You can see him clench, like he's biting down or gritting his back teeth.
Oh, in court?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I pulled it up wrong. So give me 1 second.
Yeah, Frazzle, I think you're right. Like he wants to be famous like the rest of them, and I hope that we can think about the victims more. I mean, obviously we're talking about him today because of the affidavit, but I hope I know Jackie has tried to do it, and I hope she's done a good enough job of trying to keep the victims at the center of it and talking more about Kaylee and Xana, saying their names more than saying this disgusting freak's name.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say his name at all, actually, and I'm not trying to even. I've only used, I think, maybe 2 thumbnails, but I don't think so. Of his picture, because it's not about him. He is a sick, twisted person, and it's about those kids. But I will play this, and then and I'll shut up right now. Oh shoot.
In the district court. This is State of Idaho versus Brian C. Kohlberger, cause number CR 29222805. Mr. Kohlberger is present in court. He is in custody. He is appearing with his attorney, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings on behalf of the state. This is the time set in the matter for initial appearance. Mr. Kohlberger, I am going to advise you of the rights that you have in this case. I am going to go over the criminal complaint with you, and then we're going to discuss setting the matter for further hearing. You have the following rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to the presumption of innocence. That means the state bears the burden to prove that you are guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing is a probable cause hearing. At that hearing, the state must establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. You have a right to have that hearing within 14 days if you remain in custody. If you are bound over at that preliminary hearing to district court, if the court finds probable cause, you would be bound over to district court. And at that time, you can enter a plea of not guilty, and you can have a jury trial set within 6 months of your appearance in district court.
Oh, absolutely. Top Hats, I see it now. You can see it up in his cheekbone.
Yeah, I was trying to see it, but I got bad eyes. That's why I was at the doctor's office today for that. But
Oh, yeah. You can see it way up here.
yeah, I just kind of want to say, like, obviously, to Fresh Start's comment, he of course he has rights. He absolutely, all of those should be exercised to make sure that justice is served. These are just our opinions on what we've heard and what we've seen from him, and how we feel like we would behave in that matter. So obviously, that's just clearly our opinion. But yes, I absolutely believe all of his rights should be respected, so that the families can get justice. So if there's been anywhere that we weren't clear about that, clearing it up now.
Right. And obviously you didn't hear what I said before I even played this, is that everything I'm saying is my opinion. And absolutely, he has not been convicted of anything. So, no, I believe 100% in that. And I am not myself convicting him. What I'm saying is, in my opinion, certain things make him appear to be more guilty. And that's my opinion. 100% only my opinion. So I'm sorry if you don't believe that I have conveyed that, but that is how I feel. Anyway, we'll get back to this.
Both your preliminary hearing and your jury trial, you have the right to confront and question any evidence or witnesses called against you. Call witnesses on your own behalf and compel witnesses to be present and testify at the state's expense. You have the right to be represented by a lawyer. If you cannot afford one, one could be appointed to represent you based upon your financial.
I'm just going to say, I really like the way that she said at the state's expense, because that's another thing that people don't tend to think about. And I'm sorry to whoever it is that feels like I have not, that I've convicted him myself, which you might want to understand that I don't even have that option of doing. Not only did he destroy many lives, but those same people's lives that he destroyed get to pay for his whatever he plans to do next.
You also have the right to appeal any conviction in your case. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
I am now going to go over the criminal complaint with you. Count 1 of the criminal complaint charges you with the felony offense of burglary. It alleges that the defendant, Brian.
Who's being militant? I don't understand. What exactly does that mean?
I think he just means like the facial expressions of Brian, because he's in jail. I think that's what he's referring to, at least.
Well, I don't know how you're laughing your effing ass off, because there's nothing funny about any of this. Not a single thing. So maybe you should just go to another channel. I don't know, but I'm not, there's nothing funny here, in my opinion. He's not behaving like somebody who gives a crap. about what has happened here. Okay, that's how I feel, and it's my channel, so I'm allowed to feel that way.
Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder in violation of Idaho Code 18-1401 and 1403. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is not less than 1 year in prison, no more than 10 years in prison, and or a $50,000 fine or both. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 3 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonsalves, a human being, by stabbing Kaylee Gonsalves, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 4 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing Xana Kernodle, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 5 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Ethan Chapin, from which he died, in violation of Idaho Codes 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. And again, the maximum penalty for this offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
And Mr. Koberger, would you like to represent yourself, hire a lawyer, or see if you qualify for court-appointed counsel?
I have court-appointed counsel.
Court has reviewed your application for attorney at public expense. I do find that you are indigent and do qualify for court-appointed counsel. I will appoint Ms. Taylor to represent you in this case. Ms. Taylor, have you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Koberger about speedy preliminary hearing and setting this matter?
Your Honor, I have. We would ask the court to set the status hearing in a week or two to make a final determination.
Okay. And Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, are in agreement with that?
That's fine with the state, Your Honor.
I will go ahead and set this matter for a status hearing then on the calendar on January 12th.
So maybe it's just me, but I honestly do not feel like he really acts like somebody that is really upset about all of this. That feels, that's just my opinion. Okay. Obviously that's only my opinion. So most people would be like, I don't know. That's just my opinion. But and I think we got really what we needed from that at this point. It's
Mm-hmm.
right.
Mm-hmm. I think if you want to play that link for the Banfield thing I sent you.
Oh, do you have it or okay? Wait.
Yeah, I have. I can pull it right now, but
Okay.
uh,
I put it in the description, but I don't have it pulled up
yeah, no, I can pull that up.
because I only got it like 4 minutes before we were.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying everything else I just have it up already.
Yeah, this is actually. I mean,
Hey,
I
Lakes for days, and
Dale was that he looked, and I'll use the word,
wow, sorry that.
is something that is
Sorry,
fascinating.
whoa, stop. Okay, sorry, it just keeps trying to play every time I open the window and I can't stop it.
I was just gonna welcome Sage Desert Mama. Nice to see you here. Thank you for coming. Tony Smith, hi. I think I recognize you.
Yeah, Tony's the one I told you that was cracking me up the other day.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's been here before. Thanks for coming back. Of course, Legs for Days and Sicilian Princess. Yeah.
Just came in, I heard on another channel that one of the roommates alive saw him. Yeah, yes, Legs for Days 63. That is that was what was released in the affidavit today, that Dylan, one of the roommates, Dylan, she did see him. Didn't realize,
Yeah, like
obviously, everyone, but
the beginning of this, Fig went over a 3D floor plan of the home and picked out each part that was indicated in the affidavit. You explain it better. I don't know.
yeah, so parts of the affidavit had been integrated within the 3D walkthrough of the house. So I think it's the first like 30 minutes of the video. If you go check that out, it'll go through the house, and as well it'll explain those portions of the affidavit, including where Dylan had actually saw him. Now he did have a mask covering here, so I'm just picturing like a COVID mask. But yes, she did see him, and he obviously did not see her. So, yep, that's in like the first
Yeah, but
half.
it's really good. It's really good, and it helps. Again, it helps go through what's very difficult part to go through of the affidavit for me, and because it kind of breaks it up and makes it a little easier. To me, the whole affidavit has been really, really hard to deal with today. Again, I'm just going to say for people that just came in, I understand. We knew this wasn't good. We knew that it was horrible. But for some reason, it's just really hard to hear these things. For me, it's been very difficult to hear these things. It's just so horrible. I don't know what else to say. But anyway, go ahead, Vic.
Well, if you want to approve my screen share, I have that.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay.
No, that's okay. This is just what I saw. I saw this today, and I thought it was kind of I don't know. I liked it. I think I like Ashley Banfield. She gets a little sassy sometimes. But I liked this video. So let me mute myself so I don't echo on everyone again.
Impression from some of the folks in the jail was that he looked, and I'll use the word creepy. Right from the start, they said he looked extremely creepy. Here is something that is fascinating. He did talk. He actually said a couple of things that are pretty astounding, and I'm assuming that his defense attorneys will probably want to know this, as well as the prosecutors. When he was asked, why did you do it? His answer was, I didn't do anything. When the follow-up question was, why did you go to Idaho? His answer was, the shopping is better in Idaho. Let me repeat that. When Brian Kober was asked, why did you go to Idaho? He answered, the shopping is better in Idaho. I'm assuming that's a joke, but we are dealing with a quadruple murder here and 4 first-degree murder charges that he's facing. I don't find that very funny. Let me tell you a couple.
Sorry, that's where I was telling you, Jackie, when I did call you about this. That creeped me out. Not only is it not funny, but for like the shopping is better. It made me feel uncomfortable. Like that was a little more of a veiled comment than it was meant that it came off as, if that makes any sense. So sorry, I'll hit play again.
No, that goes along with what I'm saying about the way that he is so nonchalant. And I didn't do this to these people, and every bit of it is so disturbing to me. He doesn't appear to even be disturbed that it happened.
Right. So I wanted to point that out, and that creeped me out.
Yeah.
A couple of other things about the way he spent his time there. He was not allowed. He's an alleged murderer at this point. Let's be very clear about this. He's going to face his process in Idaho, but he was not allowed any reading materials. He was allowed no pens, no paper. At no point was my source aware of any crying or any praying or any sadness, which is odd. He seemed as though he slept most of the time. He wasn't loud and he was not mean. That is also in direct opposition to a report that came out in a newspaper saying that he was screaming profanity and rap lyrics and exposing himself. That was another inmate, actually, in the same intake area. That happened with someone completely different. It was not this inmate. This inmate was a model inmate who caused no problems. And even though he was cold because he was only wearing that suicide smock you're seeing, and had no sheets, no blankets, only the mattress, and that's a cold area. That intake area is quite cold. There's a lot of electronics equipment in there, so they have to keep it fairly cool. He didn't have a blanket, a suicide blanket, the first night or two, but he did have one later on. Here's one other thing that happened. Another inmate came through that inmate intake area and yelled at him, gave him the finger and yelled at him, F you, I'm going to kill you. That's what another inmate yelled at him, F you, I'm going to kill you. And of course, Brian Koberger was behind a locked glass cell door and didn't have any response that we know of at that point.
So that seems to have been like an edited version of the one I had actually seen. It was a little longer earlier today, which is fine. I think it still summarized everything really well. But in the one I watched earlier, they were describing his cell. And when I called Jackie earlier to discuss this, it sounded like it was the Hannibal Lecter cell. So apparently his cell is like, instead of being bars, it's all glass, so that they can see him. This was in Pennsylvania, obviously, so where they could see him at all times. The only section that was not clear glass was a small section of frosted glass for the toilet area, for just the toilet that was in there. So it just kind of, it made me laugh. It's not funny, this whole situation, obviously, but he was in a Hannibal Lecter type of cell where he was watched 24 hours a day. There was a guard there constantly at all times. Probably for the unalive himself watch. But
Did you notice that last night when he got off the plane, before they put him in the vehicle, they put a helmet on him,
yeah,
they covered him up, probably like a flak vest. I'm sure he had a Kevlar vest underneath.
yeah. I think Mr. Snotty had said it that so nobody Jack Ruby's him.
Right. But it looked like they put a flak vest over
you don't want
and
to piss the fresh air off.
military stuff.
Yeah. But I thought that was kind of a little bit of an inside look at what's sort of happened since he's been arrested. I know I had read that he waived his Miranda rights for the first 15-ish minutes. He spoke to police. And then at some point within that little chat, he decided never mind, he wanted an attorney. So I think what little evidence he left behind, he was shocked that he did.
Right, because he's just very used to being very smart, the smartest guy in the room. I think he has probably manipulated a lot of people, his parents probably. I don't know how many of you recall or heard about this, and I don't have the article. I should pull it up before I say it, but I do know his sister was in a low budget horror film where college students were with a knife unalived.
Yeah, I mean, that's weird. I don't know if it's coincidental. I think a lot of low budget college.
And of course, that has nothing to do with it. And I am not saying anything about the sister. I'm just saying
that's coincidental.
How weird, right? How weird.
Hi, Jaguar. Again.
Hey. Oh yeah, you definitely got to watch the beginning. It's very, very good. I cried for it. I know, Legs for Days. I have been on the verge of just falling all day.
All of the parents involved, obviously the victim's parents and his. I can't even imagine being their family right now. Any of them. This is horrible.
Right, because you know what, Top Hats, I got to tell you, I don't know what I would do. First of all, like I said, I feel like even during times when you're supposed to be awake and aware of things, that this has to play through their mind nonstop.
Right.
But I know for sure that the minute you would lay down and close your eyes, that's all that would be there.
Right.
And I don't know, there's no chance that they do not have sleep deprivation right now, that they are not, inconsolably distraught. How do you sit in the same room with that man? How do you do it? I don't know.
Right, and control yourself.
Right. Especially when he's so unfazed.
Right. Tony, the estimated time between the DoorDash delivery and Brian walking into the house is like 5 minutes or something. Right. We'll pull it up. We keep saying that when we go over the affidavit, but there's been so much to go through tonight. It's so much information. We haven't even gotten to the rest of the affidavit, but it's not. It's only a few minutes. I think the DoorDash arrives around 4 a.m. and I think they said
4:12 or something.
Okay, yeah, and then the Ring doorbell picks up the crying in Xana's room, like at 4:17. I mean, it's all very, very close together. It's a very tight window.
Yes, and it's so crazy to see how many ways. Like, what if he had gone in there right before DoorDash? I mean, would that mean DoorDash guy is involved in this, or is he another casualty, or who? it's so crazy how many things went on right then. Because again, these are kids, you know. But you know what? My house, there's nothing happening at 4 a.m. Nothing.
Right.
But these are kids. They just got home 2 hours before that, and you know, and they probably do sleep late every day. And you know, I mean, look at you know, I honestly, even just this past weekend, with a fig, I thought, you know, this is so funny how, you know, she's up and at 'em with her coffee and this and that. And I can remember that one. I used to tell her, quit setting an alarm, okay, because you do not get up to it. And you know, at noon, I'm like, okay, well, you know, you gave up on that alarm that I've been listening to for hours, and you just still keep sleeping. You know, and but it's the age. This is what they do.
Right. Yeah,
They
I know. I gotta
sleep,
go.
they stay out late and they sleep. And now I stay up later than my kids these days. A lot of times. Sometimes.
Yeah, you definitely do. I was in bed before your live was over last night.
Right.
But I just looked it up really quick so we could be specific about it. The DoorDash arrives around 4 a.m. 4:12 a.m. is when the phone records indicate that Xana was awake and on TikTok. And 4:17 a.m. is when the neighbor's Ring camera picks up the sounds of what they believe is Xana crying and whining, and something's has already happened. So it's very quick. Not long after she receives the DoorDash.
Right, and he's gone at 4:28, I believe. Or is when he leaves. I mean, it's no, and they have this all down. And they have their. We don't know all of the evidence, of course we don't. But what we do know, again, not only makes me super duper impressed with this investigation, but it just makes it even crazier how many things went on right then. Like, you know, the roommate, the DoorDash. I mean, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And you know, and oddly enough, there's nothing in this about Mr. You know, stick juggler.
Yeah, stick juggler. He was just up there stick juggling.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing I was going to say is that's another thing that the police did. That again, this was their 4D chess they were playing. The entire time they said the murders had taken place between 3 and 4, knowing full well that it was after 4 a.m.
Right.
Because they know about the DoorDash at 4. They had interviewed the DoorDash driver. They already knew Xana was on her phone at 4:12. So they knew all of this information and continued to say between 3 and 4. So they did a phenomenal job of keeping Brian believing that they were not on to him, I think.
Oh, wait a second. What is Top Hat saying?
In the dark, and Fred entered the house when the light was on. In these YouTube streets. Yeah, go ahead.
It's not only that. Let me tell you, you know what? I can tell you when I remember specifically a time when A Fig was 3 years old and her brother was 2. I was tired a lot of days because I would stay up all night long. I would nap through the night because I would be watching court TV all night. I've watched court cases that nobody on earth has any idea about these cases because they were on during the middle of the night. They weren't even popular. But I can still tell you when I'm like, the gate, we didn't even talk about the gate. What on earth happened here? What? Like I have way before I knew, I'm pretty sure YouTube didn't exist. I didn't even have internet then. I didn't even know what internet was. but I was addicted to Court TV. I was so happy that Court TV existed. Right? You were there too. Me and your mom both stayed up all night long. We both said, what the F with the gate? It doesn't make sense. I've been doing this stuff my whole life. So the fact is that I do have an opinion. I have always known, believe me, I've never been happy that my opinion doesn't mean anything. I've never been happy with it.
Right. I wish I was convicting people, but unfortunately.
I have wanted to say, are you kidding me? But I've never had that choice. And this is part of why I have a channel, because I at least want to say it. I want to say it. I know it still doesn't mean anything. It means nothing more now than it ever has. But I still want to say it to somebody rather than myself and just be frustrated. But I get that it doesn't mean anything, but I am allowed to have it. And yes, you know, I'm just, believe it or not, I'm just learning how crazy these YouTube streets are. And they are pretty crazy. Yeah. Believe me, they are.
It's nothing like the 4chan streets, but yes.
Right. I guess. I've been instructed to never go there, and I haven't, and I'm pretty sure I don't. But like I've said, I have no clue about the dark web. I think we can all agree I don't even have a clue about the light web. I got no clue about web. So it's a good idea for me to not go there, because I could only imagine how insane I would become then. Because the day in my neighborhood when I saw this purple building with no windows and it said adult arcade, I wanted to, I don't even know what I wanted to do. I don't know. What I kept saying, I don't understand. So you're playing naked pinball. What is an adult arcade? And I'm just, go. It's purple. Get out of town. Get out of here. I don't know, but you know, I've been disturbed about many things in my life, and now I get to say it. You know, 20 people are here listening to it, so there you go.
Good. Welcome.
I've always had my family going, yeah, don't care, don't want to hear it. You know. Anyway, I've gone off path, so go say something now.
Yeah, did I catch a niner in there?
Yeah. Reel me in.
No. Anybody's watched Tommy Boy. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, whatever you were wanting to look at next. If you want to look at the affidavit, then I think that's probably
okay. We need to figure out. I'm gonna have to put my glasses on. I know that bothers people.
I think it's only me that's ever mentioned it, but I think, again, if you weren't here earlier, we did do the 3D walkthrough, and it basically kind of covers pages 1 through 4, 5-ish, which was basically the walkthrough of the house, and going over the portions of that portion of the crime scene. So Maddie's room, where Maddie and Kaylee were found, on the top floor. Ethan and Xana found in Xana's room on the 2nd floor. And then Dylan, who was also on the 2nd floor bedroom, the one directly off the kitchen next to the stairs. That part is all, I think, the first half hour of the video. So I think if there's anything you want to go through in the affidavit, it's probably the parts after all of that. So if you missed the part, 30 minutes back, or 30 minutes in the beginning.
Oh yeah, you're right, legs for days. And I'm just going to be honest with you. Like, you know, I don't know. Has anybody ever heard of Budson and Nevers? Okay, because I think about those two every single day of my life. I can never get that case out of my head. And nobody even heard of it. The guy with the gate. I don't even know their names, but I can tell you, I know the scene like the back of my hand. I know the scene, and I was screaming, shouting, stop it. You know, all these things. Because just to let you know, nobody went to jail there. Nobody. 3 people in a car, one man's gone, no longer alive, and nobody did it apparently. So anyway, yeah. I lose my shit over this stuff. Totally. Not gonna lie. Almost changed my name to Affidavit for that. Stop it. What do you mean? What? What do you mean, top hats? Who trolled you?
No, trolled Mel. Saying Mel, not him.
Oh, who's Mel?
I think he's talking about the YouTuber. Would say Mel, Mel Icht or something like that.
Oh, it's a Mel. Oh, okay. Yeah. See there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I sit here acting like I picked out all kinds of bad
Yeah, that's
things,
what we're trolled.
wrongdoings. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, the other day. He called himself Affidavit.
Good night, Grace. Thanks for.
Oh, good night. Thanks for hanging out, sister. Okay.
Yeah, so I have the rest of it pulled up. If you're ready. Okay. So this is the official affidavit that was entered in today. The only redaction is this second page, which does seem to be probably autopsy report information, or maybe even the autopsy report itself. That's the last thing mentioned before the huge redaction. Again, all of page 1, and then again page 3, or this page 2, page 3, and page 4 were covered earlier. So this is where.
Well, I just wonder because I saw DoorDash back.
Yeah, that was covered. Yeah, sorry, that was when I was searching for DoorDash. So I can give Tony an order.
Okay.
Give Tony the order of events.
Okay, so we did go through that. I don't remember us talking about that.
Well, so there is a section in here that does go over the timeline. So I know a lot of people have actually asked. I just thought about that. A lot of people have talked about where were Ethan and Xana and where were Dylan and Bethany. And so that actually I just realized is on this page. So
Okay, you want to do that one? You want to do that then? Or
the rest of
I'm not
this.
sure. I'm not sure if I understand.
So it says, based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Chapin and Kernodle were seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Perce Drive from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. Bethany, who is BF, also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. Bethany also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. So Bethany, Ethan, and Xana were all at Sigma Chi.
Right.
Can you explain that portion of the timeline that everyone's been wondering about? Ethan and Xana leave at 1:45. Kaylee and Maddie were at a local bar, the Corner Club, at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Kaylee and Maddie can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Kaylee and Maddie can be seen on video at a local food truck called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party, redacted, reported that he provided a ride to Kaylee and Maddie at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the grub truck to the King Road residence. Dylan and Bethany both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms, by approximately 4. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash driver who reported this information. So it looks like he self-reported that he had delivered the DoorDash. Dylan stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. So this is where we got back into, she heard a sound at approximately 4. So again, I think Tony was asking that. So if he's still in here, you can hear this timeline. Pretty much immediately after the Grubhub driver leaves is where there starts to be some kind of sign that something's going on. Because it's at approximately 4 a.m. that Dylan says she heard sounds like Kaylee playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the 3rd floor. A short time later, Dylan said she heard who she thought was Kaylee say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could have also been Dana, as her cellular phone indicated that she was likely awake and using the TikTok at approximately 4:12 a.m. So this is again where Dylan looks out her bedroom, or she peeks out, says she doesn't see anything. She opened her door a second time when she heard that what she thought was crying coming from Xana's room. Dylan then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Which is, we discussed that earlier in the video. It's absolutely terrifying. That upsets me. There's a lot about this is very upsetting, but for some reason that really bothers me. And then again at 4:17 a.m., the security camera located just 50 feet from the west wall of Xana's bedroom picks up that distorted audio of the voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. Also, you can hear the dog barking numerous times, which begins at 4:17 a.m. This is when Dylan stated she opened the door for the 3rd time after she heard the crying. She saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking toward her. Dylan described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past Dylan as she stood in a froze shock phase. The male walked toward the back sliding glass door. Dylan locked herself in the room after seeing the male. Dylan did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene.
Okay, I need to breathe. Okay, and I'm not even reading.
It's a good time to breathe also for me because reading is hard.
Right. This
Yeah,
is
Tony, we were talking about that earlier. She doesn't say it sounded like Ethan. She just has a male voice, which would lead me to believe that it sounds like Brian. I think that's why that particular part of it really bothers me a lot.
right. No, because she knows them. And
Right. She knows who they are, right?
And listening to the video from Annie Elise last night, it seemed like she thought it was Ethan. I don't know. It's okay. I'll continue on where they've left off. I don't know. I hope you're okay, Fig. Sorry. So the combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. During the proceedings of the crime scene, are you okay?
Yeah, I said to run and grab something real quick. So sorry.
Oh, okay. I was just going to pick up reading, but I
No, that's
No.
fine.
okay. During the proceedings of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amnio black, a protein stain that detects the presence of a cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole, just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvas, was conducted in the area of King Road residence. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13, 2022, in the area of King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspects, or suspects' vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MD or MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that the white sedan thereafter, suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Ohio State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. Just to let you know, in Arizona, we don't have a front plate either.
Yeah, and apparently in Idaho/Washington as well, I believe they're required to have
No. Oh, okay. I was just going to say no. The thing is,
but
because
not
in Pennsylvania, right?
Yes.
There you go. A review of footage. Oh,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Well, I was gonna say, so it's obviously Pennsylvania plates.
Right. For a minute.
Right.
A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residents and then leave via Walenta Drive. Based off of our experience as patrol officers in this residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours, upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. And I will just say, this is something I have said from the get-go, is that this is a cul-de-sac. So this is not a through street. And that has always meant something to me because of the risk factor. The fact that there's one way in and one way out is something that a lot of people would not do. And
Right.
you know, other than a narcissist that knows everything on earth. Anyway, suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time. Can you make it bigger?
Yeah,
It's really hard for me to read.
that's going to be hard. That's
Oh, yeah, that's too hard. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. This is, yeah, that's fine. In the area a 4th time at approximately, oh, there you go. Thank you. Thank you.
I got you.
Approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road at number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued into the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Pelos River Drive and
I would say Conestoga.
Conestoga Drive. I don't know. Pelos River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitmore County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is
Sorry.
oh,
The phone was going at the same time. I was looking at too many things at once. I didn't realize it was, yeah, there you go.
approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately, you know what I mean, has approximately 35 years of law enforcement experience in with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations, I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't say anything. Sorry.
After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that suspect vehicle 1 was a 2001 or 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Yes. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons or possession of a vehicle that is a 2011 or 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. Why do I keep saying? I keep doing it.
It's stressful to read out loud. I know you can read. Just kidding.
Well, yeah. I know, and I do have to constantly excuse myself. I do have dyslexia, so when I read to myself, I because we all do what we do as we don't look at if and we don't look at those. We just do it. So when I read it out loud, everything gets twisted around. So just bear with me. I'm sorry, folks. I'm seriously not illiterate at all.
So yeah, I think this is probably like a good point though to just talk about that. So
right.
Because the chat's going crazy too. It sounds like he was only in the house for a total of about 10 minutes.
Right.
According to their video. He obviously staked it out. He drove around it multiple times. And I know a lot of people were saying too, like they had this Elantra very, very quickly.
They did.
They knew what they were looking for very quickly.
No, and it's really, for me, I think, no, I don't think, I know that I believed this whole time that no matter who it was, they were in the house when everybody got home. I really thought that.
But he was in the area, I think, just waiting for them to get home.
Right. And, you just wonder, was he maybe going to chicken out?
Right.
The way he was driving around? I mean, you just wish he had. I don't know. I mean, it's. Oh, God, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you want, I mean, I can continue for a little bit too. I know it's a lot to read this. It starts to get kind of, your mouth gets a little dry. You start getting a little, eyes start bugging out. You can take turns.
Right.
It's like class, popcorn reading. There's only two of us.
All right.
Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, a white sedan which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra, known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on the WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way at approximately 2:53 a.m. A white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra, known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington, towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. So I just want to point out here that they knew about the Elantra well before December 7th when they told the public to be on a lookout for it. And they also knew before they told us that it was actually a 2014 to 2016, when originally we were told a 2011 through a 2013. So again, they were doing a really, really good job of putting out very strategic information. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of vehicle suspect 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Pawlus River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270 at approximately 5:27 a.m. The white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. Depiction showing Moscow and Pullman. So this is like super hard to see. I know when I had it on my phone, I was kind of trying to get a better look. I don't know what maps program they're using for this, but this is kind of what they're saying. You know, it's a very blurry kind of thing. I think this is Pullman something, but this is definitely Pullman. Just showing the relation. Very difficult to see. So we can kind of pull it up later also and kind of take a look at the map. Oh, Brandon, Moscow's only 3 hours away from you. Yeah, because it's in northern Idaho. Obviously, it's right there on the border with Pullman, Washington. So you're not obviously right there, but not super far from there. So this is the map that depicts the white Elantra leaving WSU campus and the white Elantra returning to the WSU campus. And then they're highlighting this 1630 Northeast Valley Road. Arrows are camera locations and indicate vehicle direction of travel. Again, these maps are super, super hard to look at. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's really, really hard to tell what I'm looking at here in this particular map. I haven't seen a better one yet. Like I said, I'll try to see if we can pull it up based on the data that we've been given and see if we can get a map for our eyes. Again, I don't know what they're using, but on November 25th, 2022, MPD asked area. So this is, again, let's talk about, this is November 25th. So this is 12 days after the murders, and they had a bolo out to area law enforcement. So this is before they had told the public, which we clarified that 2 days ago, which was December 7th when that went out to the public. So on November 25th, 2022, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29th at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate LFZ 8649. This vehicle was registered to Brian Koberger, hereafter known as Koberger, residing at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman, Washington. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way. That's the last location where a camera picked up the white Elantra on the night of the murder. That same day at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for white for white Hyundai Elantras and located a 2015 white Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman in the parking lot. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car, and it returned to Koberger with a Washington tag. So he already had, within 11 days or whatever, as previously 12 days, as previously discussed, he had gotten his new tags from Pennsylvania to Washington tags. I reviewed Koberger's Washington state driver's license information and photograph. This license indicates that Koberger is a white male with a height of 6 feet and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Koberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Koberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male Dylan saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. I don't know if you want to take a pause there and go over that.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It is. It's a lot. It's a lot.
And what
But
are
no, they did not have the DNA back yet. This was all based on the white Elantra that we didn't even hear about until December.
right? It's still amazing to me how much they knew what all was going on during all of this time. You know, when, you know, even maybe myself, you know, were thinking, why are you asking for our help at this point? How do you not already have this stuff? You know, and they did.
Mm-hmm.
No, I have, you know, which I have admitted the whole time, if they're actually doing their jobs, we won't know. We don't need to know everything. So
Yeah.
yes, but it is just amazing to me how this Elantra was such a thing way before we ever had any clue about it.
Yeah. And again, if you remember correctly, it was when Jan was on here a few nights ago, last week, I think maybe sometime. Yeah, it was last week because it was before the arrest. She was talking about exactly this, how they would have tracked a vehicle as it traveled. And the other funny part is they did have a license plate number. They actually had 2 license plate numbers because they had the Pennsylvania one and the Washington one before they ever put the be on the lookout out to the public when they said they didn't have a license.
Isn't it crazy?
Yeah, it's super interesting. They were very, very smart with.
I mean, to find out now, I mean, obviously, they handled it so well. I honestly cannot even describe how impressed I am.
Mm-hmm. So further investigation, including a review of Latta County Sheriff's Deputy CPL Duke's body cam and reports, showed that on August 21st, 2022, Brian Koberger was detained as a part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho, by Corporal Duke. At the time, Koberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFC 8649, which was set to expire on November 30th, 22. During the stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body camera, Koberger provided his phone number as, and that is redacted, obviously the last 4 digits, 8458, hereafter 8458 phone, as his cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 phone is a number issued by AT&T. On October 14th, 2022, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by a WSU police officer. Upon review of that body cam and report of the stop, Koberger was the sole occupant and was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFC 8649. On November 18th, according to Washington State Licensing, Koberger registered the 2015 Elantra with Washington and later received Washington plate CFB 8708. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with a Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my own
I will-
experience, go ahead.
I just want to say that, again, this is something else that tells you that he planned on bringing that car back to Washington.
Right. Yeah, I know we
Because,
that, but
you know,
obviously-
I've tried to come up with any good reason whatsoever why the father would have flown there and driven back with him. Because you're going to put minimum 5,000 miles on a car that's not brand new by any means.
Mhm.
I'm not calling it old. I'm just saying that's a lot of miles to put on a vehicle. And you know, if you're talking about money, you didn't save any money rather than just him flying home and back for the holiday and not putting 5,000 miles on a car. I've been saying this whole time, I would just love to hear the discussion about why do it this way.
Yeah, the rationale
Because
behind
it
driving
doesn't
back
make,
to Philadelphia.
but it doesn't make any sense. I mean, because was the father going to drive him back and fly back? Again, and I'm not trying to bring this up to be critical to anybody for any reason, but the parents do not have the kind of money that this kid clearly required of them.
Right.
Between his education, between, you know, I just would like to know what was the discussion, because like I said the other night, you weren't in here, I don't think, Big, but many times this happens to you and I a lot of times when, especially when we have this family group text and it's like, hey, we all want to go do this and that. And then somebody throws something in and a couple people go, well, that doesn't really make sense. How about
right.
How about I pick up the kids and so brings them home? And it's like, oh, yeah, that does make more. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have these discussions. I would love to hear the discussion that this made any sense at all.
Yeah, I think the rationale behind it would be really good to know.
Right. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And again, I'm not blaming the father that he knew anything. But when you look at the body cam videos, they both do actually act very weird.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, okay, I just want to throw that in. I don't know.
No,
And
that's okay.
I can read from now on if you want. Do you want me to?
That doesn't matter to me. It's not really bothering me. So whatever works for you.
Okay, yeah, go ahead then. Okay, and I will pick up whenever. Just tell me whenever you want me to.
Okay. Communication with Washington law enforcement, that he's talking about the license plates. I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed. Investigators believe that Koberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Information provided by a query to a database. This is what Jan was talking about. It's exactly what they would do.
Mhm.
Koberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15th, 2022 by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. On December 16th, 2022 at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Koberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Koberger. Koberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, learned through a TLO search and locate tool database query. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Koberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University, pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department. We learned that Koberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Koberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Why do they all try to be police officers?
Right. Oh my
Koberger,
God.
Koberger wrote in his essay he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Koberger also posted a Reddit survey which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th between 3 and 5 a.m. After determining that Koberger was associated with both the 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone in these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 and 5 a.m. So there were some people talking about how, obviously the DNA evidence, thank God for that, because that puts them at the scene. It does. What they do with these cell phone records in combination with the cameras is just fantastic. So the DNA evidence on its own is just not enough to prove that it was him or that he was even there. Realistically speaking, it's good defense in court. It's so what? It has a DNA on it. You can't prove that means he was there or that he killed them or anything like that. Could have left it there during a party or whatever. But they do a lot of things with these cell phones to prove that he was pretty much everywhere that the white Elantra was at that time. And elsewhere, other times he was also over in the Kings Road residence over there as well. So that we're going to go into that as well. Do you have anything, Jackie?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to look at some of the chat. I know, because I feel really bad. I really ignored chat tonight a lot.
Yeah. I just know once we get into the cellular data too, like a lot of this is just so much information. It's good to try to take little breaks and take it in little chunks. So.
No, and that's exactly what I was saying even to Top Hats earlier. Like, it just needs to be, for me, I needed to go through it much slower and try to really digest. Because there's so much of this I've had a hard time getting my head around. Is this whole time I've been saying, I feel that, I can't even swear that I'm not being filmed unbeknownst to myself when I go to the restroom. I don't know that because I'm pretty sure that every single move a person makes is on video, and as a rule, I'm not all that, I don't really care, I'm not doing anything wrong. Clearly I would not be okay if somebody's filming in the bathroom. Again, I don't think that anybody really cares to watch that, even if it is being filmed. But, I kept thinking, there's just no way that, there's nothing here on video. Even though, see what they kept saying, or I don't know who, I say they, who the hell's they? I don't know. But we kept hearing things about it's such a safe town that nobody has Ring cameras. Nobody, or, very few people do, and you would hear, even Brian Enton or whoever saying, you look around, you don't see a lot of it, and so I think that in my head, I was like, oh my God, either they really didn't understand, to me, the first thing you do is you just lock down the damn town. Every video of I want it right here, right now, and I just was so nervous that they didn't, and I don't know why that what happened with this one is the fact that they, number one, they didn't come out quick with such a major incident, such a major thing to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And he even, the chief of police did say, I waited too long to come out. And then they had conflicting things because the mayor said, oh, it's a crime of passion.
Yeah, a lot of weird things right at the very beginning.
Right. And so these things just caused me to be so nervous that, are you serious? You really, you're making me feel like you did not go and you just let shit get recorded over and didn't go get it. Like, I can't handle it.
Right.
Because that's the way it sounded. That's the way it sounded.
But they were all over this. I mean, my goodness.
They were. I am so, I can't even stand how impressed I am with them. I really can't. But,
yeah, Tony was assist rural law enforcement with agencies with how to collect technological data in public safety operations. Yeah, very interesting.
Right.
That he wanted to be a part of that. And I think that that's part of like going into this next part. The detective that's writing this the affidavit here, he obviously he's no idiot. He picks up on that as well, because that's why he kind of does what he does next with the search warrants for the telephone records, which is where I'm saying, like, if you thought the rest of this was a lot to digest, I think the phone records part is very
it's a lot.
difficult.
I'll take over reading, sis. I just but I do want to just say really quick, because I was going to try to write it, but just so you know, Quinny, really quick, I will just say I did get it, but I will tell you honestly, and Fig can testify to this actually, that I got your email, or I read your email rather, right before we came on tonight, and I was on the phone with Fig, and I'll be honest with you, immediately when it said I have a personal, I was like, oh wow, I wonder what she's going to say. So I was on the phone with Fig, and Mr. Snotty is listening on my end, and because I was like, well, hold on a sec, because she's talking, and I was like, hold on, I don't know what's happening right now. And then I go, oh, okay, yeah, it wasn't that. So I just want to say that I'll just say it here really, really quickly. I've said it a couple of times, but obviously, I probably said it when I had, 30 subs, and, not that I have 1 million now, but I should say that there's this whole story about when Mr. Snotty and I started dating, and he had this junk email address that, that wasn't his work or anything else. And because I had just started dating, and I hadn't dated for a long time, since I was a child, basically. And people had email addresses that were really upsetting me, like so hot, or, I don't know, I can't even think, but, things that just really turned me off. And I was like, wow, mine's about being a mom and whatnot. But anyway, so after I had dated him for a little while, and I only knew his work email address, all of a sudden I got this message, and it said Fred Snotty, but to me, for whatever reason, probably just because I had seen a lot of nonsense, I thought it said Fred's naughty. And I was just so disappointed, because I go, well, I didn't know. So I actually said to him, I got an email, and I'm not sure if it's from you or not, but, it said this. And he was like, yeah, I know. It's kind of funny. My daughter made it up. And I was like, oh, good God. I thought this was a nice guy. And I'm just so disturbed by this. And I was just very put off by him at that point. And then I finally had to say, I don't care for that email address. I just don't. And I was seeing it as Fred Snotty and prior to this, I would never have thought that. But because I had dated people kind of briefly, a little bit, or talked to people that had inappropriate email addresses. So then it just became a joke that I thought it said Fred's naughty. And it was actually Fred's snotty. So, and since his daughter made that up, she actually gave me the name Jackie Snotty. And she is the one who made up my email address. So my email address has been this for years because she did that. And sometimes she's in the chat and, raises her hand. It was me. I'm the one who did all this, and haha. So anyway, that's what it is. That is not my real last name, but that's how that all came about. So
She's not naughty. She's snotty.
I'm definitely not naughty.
Uh,
And actually, I'm not even snotty. It's just, Anyway, so I thought I would just, that kind of gives us a little buffer, and I can address her comment and her email at the same time. But thank you very much for asking, Funny, and I really love having you here. Very, very much. So.
Yeah, this is to the real deep dive stuff here. So.
Right. It is. It actually, but it's really important stuff.
Yes. So, you can start right at the top whenever you're ready.
Okay. Based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as a part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime, or turn their cellular telephone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that the cellular device associated with them was in the particular area where the crime was committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstance, this could be done a few days before or several months prior to the commission of crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that the individual would not leave their cellular telephone at a separate location or turn it off since they do not plan to commit the offense on that particular day. Can you scroll it up, sis? On December 23rd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th, 2022 and at midnight, and November 14th at midnight for the 8458 phone held by the phone provider AT&T approximately 24 hours preceding and following the times of the homicides. On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Brian Kohlberger at an address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and the account has been open since June 23rd, 2022. These records also include historical cell site location information for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with the FBI special agent that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analyst Survey Team. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that requires both written and practical examination prior to be certified with CAST, as well as the completion of a yearly certification requirements. Additionally, the FBI CAST SA that I consulted with has over 15 years of law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by the CAST, by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12, 2022 to November 13, 2022, the time period authorized by the court.
So right there, he's really just explaining the process to the judge.
Right.
So don't get too hung up on some of that. Making sure that the judge is aware that he used people who were certified, they worked with the FBI, the 7 years of experience, kind of like in court. When you have to certify that there's an expert witness, you have to kind of give all their stuff. So that was like a lot of information just to say, I got these records for the day before and the day after.
Mm-hmm.
This is verbatim.
And it comes from a credible source.
Exactly. Yep.
Or the analyzing of these records.
Exactly. Yes.
On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, Pullman, Washington. Thereafter, the Kohlberger residence. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage southeast of the Kohlberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Kohlberger residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. I actually said it right that time.
You did. It's
And
so
I
funny.
actually,
We spent like
I
a month
started to,
white Elantra, and for some reason, it's like it comes out of your mouth all messed up.
I just assumed it was going to come out Electra, like I've been saying, and I was going to fix it. And I was like, wait, I didn't say it wrong this time. Okay.
Oh, Legs for Days wanted you to know that Devious gave you a shout out on her live today. That's awesome.
She did. I listened to. I didn't. I wasn't in her live, but I did listen to it later.
Oh,
I thanked her. She did. She actually did. I love her so much. She's just my kind of gal for sure.
Yeah, I see her in the chat a lot.
She's a total sweetheart.
Just didn't want you to miss that when you were reading.
And everybody should go and check out her page. She's just a very genuine person. Very much. So that's my opinion. And I like her a lot. So at approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone stopped reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cellular coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., at which time It utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to ID State Highway 95 south of Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee. I don't know.
I would say Genesee, but
Genesee, yeah, I don't know. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards. Can you scroll up?
yeah, the only reason I was kind of paused is because I wanted to check something. I was looking at your chat at the same time. So for anybody that's having difficulty following this, I've read it like 10 times, so I'm not calling anybody like
Right. No, I know.
not smarter. I know it's kind of a lot. And it's late and it's 9:30 here. I know some of your East Coast people are even later, but basically what this is saying is that they do have cellular data for him being at his own home, and then he leaves his home. The cellular data matches the movements of the white Elantra that they were tracking back and forth. And then it suddenly stops, meaning it reporting to the network at all, which would mean it would either shut off or put into airplane mode, or had gone to an area where it didn't have cellular connection at all. Not like it's not being used, it is not connected to the network at all. It does not reconnect back to the network until 4:48 a.m., in which case it is on the Idaho State Highway leaving Moscow, basically south of Moscow. So it sort of starts traveling after that. So during the time of him driving to the commission of the murders, and then after the time that the murders are there, allegedly, that's when the phone comes back on, and he's now left his home and he's all the way south of Moscow on the Idaho State Highway. So
To until 5:26.
yeah, so that's when it says between 4:50 and 5:26, it uses cellular resources that are consistent with it traveling south on the Idaho Highway to Genesee and then Uniontown and then back to Pullman. So he kind of takes this roundabout way, which I'll come back to this in a second. That is actually shown on this map. This is one of the few maps they put in here that kind of shows that. So if this is Moscow, Idaho, and this is Pullman, Washington, normally there's a more direct route. The route showed he actually kind of goes around this way, which is why would you
I
go
didn't
that
look
way?
at that. I didn't look at that. That's why that's good for you to explain that. I didn't. Well, I had the baby. I tried to look at these maps, but I really and I was on my phone.
Right. Which explains like they don't actually capture the white Elantra on any tape, like going like just straight this way back.
Mm-hmm.
They catch it like around this area, and then they also kind of catch it back around Pullman an hour later. And then so this is kind of the route they believe. So if you ping wherever he pinged, this would be the route he probably more likely would have taken. So that's kind of what that was explaining.
Well, in my opinion, so if you can go back to that map real quick.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that, if the knife was not found in his apartment or in the vehicle or at the home,
Somewhere somewhere in this area.
Right. Now, do I know how long? I don't know all that. But that would make sense where maybe you would find. So I will say that there have been people that have some of us, I haven't seen a lot of it, but I know there is some video and even just still photos of them coming out of his apartment with, handfuls of evidence.
Oh yeah, yeah, they're finding a lot. I think that's why. So everything that's in this affidavit, if this was all they had, they'd be in trouble.
Right. No, right.
It's enough. It's enough probable cause to go and arrest him and charge him. It would not be enough to convict him and put him away. So there's a lot of people out there that are kind of trashing this and saying like, oh, they'll be able to beat this. But this isn't all the evidence. This leads them to go get the rest of that evidence. So I'm sure.
And that's all it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I'm sure the stuff they're pulling, like you said, his car, I think Jerry brought up, several people did, but I know Jerry brought it up. His car is probably a treasure trove of evidence.
Mhm.
His home is a treasure trove of evidence. I mean, they were able to, this was just what they needed to prove that the suspect was in the location of the crime at the time of the crime. And then we also found his DNA at the crime scene. That's enough to go arrest him and give them what they need to go get the evidence to convict him.
Right. No, this has nothing to do with, nothing in here says he's a weird stick. Nothing in here says that he's an incel.
Right.
These are things that I believe him to be.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is clearly there's no way that he jumped in that car and drove wherever he drove, because apparently he did something and he didn't drive straight home. And this would be, in my opinion, so what I was saying is that some people have seen them walk out of the apartment with like, computer towers and things like this, right? But a lot of it is in boxes or bags. We don't have any idea what's in there.
Right.
But Travis did say that he saw them come out with a box that was like the booties like that Mr. Snotty wears when he goes into a clean room.
Ah.
So I have been saying all along that he's wearing, because they refer to those a lot of times in Mr. Snotty's industry. They refer to them as bunny suits.
Mm-hmm.
And I, just for lack of not knowing anything and not the fact that we don't see a trail of blood, because it's hard to imagine that you had such carnage go on and there's no trail of blood in snow or what have you.
Right. Right.
Through the backyard or to the parking lot, whatever. I keep saying I feel like they were in a bunny suit. And Travis did say that he saw them come out with a box of booties like that.
Ah.
I don't know. We don't have any of that evidence.
Right.
Again,
Right.
With a lot of people, he's not somebody I'm thinking is going to make it up.
No, he wouldn't.
But that would make sense to me. So whatever he was wearing that he covered up, first of all, I don't care whether he took it off before he got in the car or not. It wasn't left at the scene. Or we don't believe so.
Right.
So I feel like that drive.
They did find that partial shoe print though too. That's in here, but that also could be anybody walking by too. So that was found on their second processing of the scene. So that could be anything.
But they felt enough to put it in this.
Yes, exactly. So, and they mentioned that it's a Vans shoe. So obviously there's some kind of specificity there for some reason.
Right.
So.
But what I'm saying is, so on that circular drive that he took, that way out of the way drive, to me would be a good, a place of possibly the knife itself. Whatever he wore that kept
Yeah,
him
whatever.
from,
Mhm.
maybe it wasn't a bunny suit. I don't know. Like somebody had said, maybe it was a whole Carhartt thing he put on. Because I think in a lot of ways, something else I did want to bring up, that because it's Idaho, a lot of people have thought, this is a person who was a hunter and that he skinned animals, which hunters do.
Mhm.
But vegans don't hunt.
Yeah,
They
no,
don't.
they do not.
They actually have a problem with hunters. I think mostly for game hunting. But regardless, why would you, if you're not hunting, vegans don't like people who hunt for game, for a trophy. I'm sorry, that's the right word. But if you're not hunting for a trophy and you don't eat meat, then you don't hunt. So this is
Gary
not a
was,
hunt.
Gary was just asking if they make those suits in black. They absolutely do. I just had to Google it because I was like, that's a great question. And they 100% do, which is creepy because now you can sneak around in it. And I'm
Yeah,
seeing,
and anybody who's been in a clean room, I've been in them, you've been in them.
right. Well, what I'm saying is they do make them in black, and for $11.37, you can have it delivered from Amazon, and it's probably Prime, so you can have it like tomorrow. You might be able to have it tonight if you're in an area with that kind of service for $11.
We do not want to be implemented in anything.
Yeah, not saying that's what he wore. I'm just answering the question. They do sell.
Nor do we want you to commit something. And no, I'm totally joking.
Right. As far as the rest of this goes, I think you could probably skip some of this because it's basically covering what we just said. He basically takes that U shape and he arrives back in Pullman, Washington, at his house at approximately 5:30, 5:27.
Wait, I'm seeing 9. I'm seeing 9 something right here.
Yeah, I'm talking about this paragraph here, not the next one.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I don't feel like...
That's what we just basically covered. He takes that big U shape, and then he arrives back at his own home. He's spotted by the cameras that are on his way to that residence, to his residence at approximately 5:27. So
you want to go quick? If you want to just sum it up, then that way I won't. Because I'm making it last too long. I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's just so much information. So it's like, I don't want to keep giving too much because it's a lot. It's only 19 pages, but it's a lot of.
But if you want to just sum it up.
Yeah, I could probably do that here.
Or I don't care. Whatever you want to do, I don't care.
So this is what it was showing. Basically the phone utilized cellular resources the morning of the 13th at around approximately 9 a.m. traveling toward Moscow. And then there's cellular data that picks up coverage that would have covered the King Road residence at 9:12 and 9:21 a.m. And then it is traveling back and arrives at the Coburg residence at 9:32 a.m. So basically, he went back to the crime scene at 9:12 a.m. and was there till approximately 9:21 a.m.
Okay, so think about that. Okay, when you want to come at me and act like innocent till proven guilty, I understand that. But are you serious?
Yeah.
He went there the next morning, people. This is huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
And again, the only good thing about Dylan saying whatever and not calling the police is that he did not get the satisfaction of seeing chaos at the house.
Right.
When he went back at 9:12 a.m. the next day.
That's what he was looking for.
Right. And so for me in court, he would have to explain what business he had being anywhere near an area that would cover the King Road residence. So cell towers are a lot trickier than they sound like they are. This makes it sound like they're very exact. They're a little better now, but you can basically, there's towers and then they have different plates and then they cover certain radius of an area. They're not circles, they're like pies. It's weird. But anyway, he's going to have to prove that he had any kind of reason to be anywhere near cell phone coverage that would cover the King Road residence at these times that they know he was there. So,
And if he was shopping, where are what did you buy? Because
Right.
that's what he used to go there for.
right, all the good shopping. Ugh, that makes me sick.
Right.
So this is basically showing, it's just further proof. They have his DNA, they have the vehicle, and they have the cell phone record. And so he would have to prove a reason outside of the homicides to have been in the area. So, if hopefully he's got a buddy next door if he plans to use that as a defense.
He doesn't have any friend. He doesn't have friends.
But I doubt it.
He doesn't have friends. He's socially awkward. He doesn't have friends.
So then again, this is that predicted travel path based off the cellular location. So he definitely takes a wayward way all the way back to Pullman, Washington. He doesn't take that way the next morning when he goes to Moscow and goes back home. Because if you look at the times, it picks up service at 9 a.m. He's headed towards Moscow. He arrives in the area of the King Road residence at 9:12, picks him up again there around 9:21, and then he's back at his own home by 9:32. This is a 10, 12-minute drive because apparently he is a speedy Gonzales. He's pulled over all the damn time. But for some reason, the night of the murders, just after they occur, he decides to take the scenic route at almost 5 a.m. all the way back to Pullman, Washington.
And you have to feel like he didn't even sleep. I feel like he had such adrenaline.
Yeah. Ain't Missy was asking if anybody knows what the victims were studying in college. And I unfortunately haven't seen that. If anybody else has, I think that's something we should talk about because that's
Well,
very important.
I think that Kaylee was I think it was marketing, but you know what? Okay, me thinking it doesn't make anything factual.
I would say we can look it up. If somebody doesn't, if somebody knows, definitely throw it up in the chat because I just have
Ethan was studying some kind of sports something to do with sports. But you know what? There's no reason for me to ask.
Yeah, I think they're asking to see like maybe there's some kind of they crossed paths at some point in their course of study. They were at two different universities, but he's a PhD student, so there could be some kind of crossover there.
And I don't necessarily believe where we have heard that he was following anybody, because as soon as his name was put out, a lot of fake social media accounts came up in his name.
Yes.
So I don't think that we can really count on any of that. I don't think that any of that has been confirmed.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, there were no legitimate social medias for him.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Let's see.
Okay, where are we at now? Okay.
It says investigators found that the phone did connect to a cell tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th, but investigators do not believe the phone was in Moscow on that date. The phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. So he never went back there basically after he went back to the house. Yes, that part is a little weird too, Jerry. I don't understand. I'm curious if that has something to do with, again, like I told you, the towers don't work like in these exact pinpoints. And because there's so much crossover at the border, I'm wondering if maybe he kind of pings a tower that does provide service to Moscow, but not in a way that would mean that he was necessarily in Moscow. I don't have a tower map, obviously, because I'm not privy to that information. But I'm wondering if that's what they mean by that. Basically, the officer is saying that with all of this, he drives the white Elantra, the cell phone tower data. It's reasonable to assume that Koberger drives that vehicle. He has that phone, that this is him on these things, in these locations at these times. And then let's see. This is just a summary saying the exact same thing, and that during the time of the homicides, his phone is suspiciously off in an area that we know it works in because it worked previously and after the fact. So because of this, the investigator goes to get the historical data from the time that the phone was turned on, which is June 23rd, 2022. They receive a pen register trap and trace on the 8458 phone to aid in efforts to determine if Koberger stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, or was in contact with any of the victims or their associates before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on the 13th, the location of the white Elantra registered to Koberger, as well as the location of Koberger. So on December 23rd, they also received the historical records for the phone. Again, they consult with the exact same people that they did before, cast a special agent with them. Here's where the records for the 8458 phone show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to the area of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th, 2022. All of these occasions except for one occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. So the historical data shows that he was in the area of the house on at least 12 occasions prior to the night of the murder in the late evening, early morning. On one of these occasions, August 21st, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources providing coverage to the King Road residents from approximately 10:34 a.m. to 10:34 p.m. to 11:35 p.m. At approximately 11:37 p.m., Koberger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke, as mentioned above. So on one of the nights that his phone was pinging at the King Road residence is the same night he was also pulled over by the county sheriff's corporal Duke.
Which we do have a copy of that, thanks to Top Hats. We actually have a copy of that.
He is a horrific driver. I mean, he was even stalking a household and breaking traffic laws on his way back. He's speeding away after the fact. So it does talk about that traffic stop earlier. That's the one that they looked up, and that's how they were able to determine. When they looked up that vehicle who it was registered to, they found that stop, and it happened to be one of the nights they believed he was surveilling the home. And the 8548 phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during that time, which is Farm Road and Pullman Highway. So that's just further evidence that he was where they believed he was. Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via US Highway 195 at approximately 12:36 p.m. The 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand located at 810 Fort Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef store located at 820 Fort Drive, Clarkston, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe showed a white Elantra. Consistent with the suspect vehicle 1, drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at the time, consistent with the cellular data from 8548. So I think this is basically them confirming that the cellular data matches the car, matches the person. 12:46 p.m., the phone then utilizes cellular data in the area of the Albertsons grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons shows Koberger exit the white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed Koberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items, and leave. So this is obviously the afternoon of the murders, and this is them just providing that background, solid evidence that, again, the phone, the person, the car, they all go together. Now they have surveillance to back that all up on the day of the homicide. It's all this phone stuff is almost done.
I know, I can start reading now if you want. Just tell me. Okay.
Yeah, this is kind of just covering his whole day on the 13th. I'm going to go use the restroom, so go ahead.
I was going to say, okay. Additional analysis of records for 8458 phone indicate that between approximately 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The 8458 phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. That is consistent with the 8458 phone being the area that the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time of homicides occurred. Okay, I don't know if I understand that right. I don't feel like I guess I'm not getting that. Oh well. The PM part is really okay. Maybe I just don't understand that right now. On December 27th, 2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Koberger family residence located in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28th, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as a biological father of suspected profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Based on the above information, I am requesting an arrest warrant be issued for Brian C. Koberger, date of birth 11/21/1994, for burglary at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho, and 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the murders of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Goncalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. I declare under penalty of perjury pursuant to the law of the state of Idaho that the foregoing is true and correct. Okay. Can you tell me what you think about that first There's something I'm not understanding about that first paragraph.
So the phone record analysis there?
Yeah. Somehow I'm missing something. The PM part, I don't get.
So this is talking about the day of the murder. So it's continued on from here, where he's at the Albertsons.
Oh, okay. This is where you're saying how it correlates
This
the
is
phone
basically-
and the person.
Yeah,
The
it
car-
establishes that all of that was connected prior to the murder, so on the same
Okay.
day.
I get it now. That it hit me right at pretty much as I asked you. You're right.
Yeah, like I said, it's hard when you're like just reading through it. You have to kind of stop, think about it. It's funny though, because again, this entire 19 pages, this is the only portion that even mentions DNA.
Right.
Like, this is actually the only thing.
Well, in the very beginning with on the sheath, it does in the very, very beginning.
Right. This is the only like real full-on description of how they retrieved it, how this all worked.
Right.
Spent basically establishing
Right, connecting it.
Connecting all those dots. Yeah.
Right. It's still really I think I could really read this 10 more times and not really.
It's so much information. It really is.
I think because, you know, if I were just like, if this were like my job and I had to do whatever, you know, if I just had to correct grammar or whatever, you know, I could probably get through it. But because it's so emotional, it's so, I don't want to say personal, I don't know them.
Right.
But when you get involved in a case, and I'm not saying just because I'm on I'm on YouTube and I'm talking about these cases. That's not the only reason. I have felt personally involved in so many cases my whole life.
Right.
Like I'm not, you know, when I say to you buds and nevers, I'm not even joking. That became part of my life. Like, and nobody even knows about that case. And I mean, I know the prosecutor, the judge. I know that I am so bothered, and every bit of it has made me cry and all these things. Because I tend to get personally involved in things that have nothing to do with me. They're not my business, but I can't. I make them my business. I can't help it. It's true. You know, we think about it. You know, I keep thinking, sis, I keep wanting to talk to you about something that, you know, that case in Greeley, Colorado from 1985. That's getting ready to go to trial soon. I've never let go. Janelle, her name's Janelle. I can't think right now. It's at Janelle M. But anyway, I can never let that one go. I never have been able to. And I woke up from a hard road trip nap because in my ear I heard we just arrested, and I was like, oh my God. This was like a year and a half ago. Yeah. What do? I have to tell my kids, you know, this case we've been following for years and years and years. Yeah, like I get too involved. I do.
Right.
But I can't help that. So
for Tony Smith, I know there was a lot of people talking about the genealogical DNA, and people believed that it was a DNA registry, but I think all of that was rumors or people who maybe did hear from a source it was genealogical and then just kind of made those leaps, maybe, because I think that was also Annie from 10 to Life. Didn't she say something about that in that text? last night. Wasn't there something about that?
Nancy Grace said it.
Yeah, so maybe that might have been it. So I think probably people heard it, and then it's like that game of telephone kind of. So it sounds like the genealogical match was correct. It's just how they went about doing that. In this case, they're saying it came from the father. Yeah, I had heard the 23andMe thing too. I feel like that was more like speculation and rumor, but it could be possible. It's not in the affidavit, but that doesn't make it not possible. It doesn't mean it's not there.
Right. I think clearly there's a lot that's not in there. I am totally blown away how much they gave us. I am so amazed. I thought we were going to get nothing.
Well, if for no other reason, Moscow PD was probably like, show these a-holes that we were doing our job because we're catching a lot of heat out here.
But yet, you know what is so awesome about this is they never needed to tell us, and they didn't. And
Right.
they were never pressured into it. They just wouldn't be. And that tells you they absolutely did their job. 100%.
I was surprised that only like one page was redacted, and then things you would expect to be redacted, like the phone number. You would expect that to be redacted. Honestly, I would have thought his address would have been redacted. I guess because that's public record. You could just look it up if you wanted to, maybe.
Well, this is what I've been saying forever. A lot of things absolutely they are our business. They just are.
Right.
You know, we paid for this. You know, people tend to forget, you know, when they stand up and say, okay, well, you're not allowed to do this or not to. Well, you know what? Actually, I am, because you didn't pay for it. I did. So I really am allowed. You know, when they say, you know, no cameras in the courtroom, well, you know, that's really not okay, because every single one of us in this country have a right to a seat in every courtroom. We do.
Right.
Just because we don't go, and sometimes it's not convenient for us to go. And, you know, I've been to lots that I didn't want to go to.
Pretty much never convenient to go.
But we are allowed to go.
You remember, that just reminds me, do you remember that time I had jury duty when I was 19?
Yeah.
And I got lost in downtown. I couldn't figure out where the parking garage was, and I was running out of
I'll never
gas.
forget that. I felt like the worst mother in the entire world.
I ran out of gas, and I pulled up to a gas station in downtown Phoenix, and I was the only car, but there was like 50 people there. I was crying. I couldn't find it. And then I couldn't find my car when I got out of jury duty in this big parking garage. A police officer had to drive me around looking for my car. I was like I think I was 19, actually. That was jury duty. I got 3 days of jury selection, didn't get picked.
Well, I think I really thought that at that time you had already moved out of the country for your job, and you're a very smart person. I didn't worry that much about you, but I certainly felt like a world's worst mother after I heard your story.
The Top Hats question, I think that they were, I don't think they had to get the DNA obviously came in, and it was unmatched. So it's the vehicle and the cell record data that then leads them to get they don't even need a warrant actually, because they took it from the trash, but then leads them to want to go get it. So they had already been following, and the DNA was just kind of like nail in the coffin, from my understanding from the affidavit. Again, just because something's not in the affidavit doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It just wasn't necessary to be in the affidavit.
Right.
Some officers write affidavits better than others. I think this one did a really good job as far as being detailed, being concise, being easy to understand, despite it being a lot of info that we don't just normally ingest. So.
No, of course, Top Hats, that's not how they got there.
Yeah, I think they found him, like I said, through the cell records. The Alondra,
I think it was a digital between the vehicle, the cell records,
which is even better because that's
It's
what
very
he
impressive.
specializes in.
And
Cloud forensics. That's what he wanted to help the police with. It's even better.
and by the way, welcome into Misty.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you for being here.
So glad to have you here. And yes, this is my daughter, and she's brilliant and amazing. I'm very fortunate to have her here with me.
Yeah, I'm
And
not
welcome.
always
I hope you come back.
I'm not always able to be on, but
No,
if there's something really big, I tell the family to beat it. No, I'm just kidding. But
right, Frazzle. I can't wait to see what happened, what they get out of that car. There's no way. I don't care if he wore a bunny suit. I don't care what he did. And he took a long drive. I feel like probably along that drive is the knife and whatever he wore. But something transferred into that vehicle that there's no, it's just not even possible.
yeah, I think that's why he took that long trip, was to dispose of stuff like that. And so
Right.
obviously he's only there for 10 minutes according to the allegedly he's only there for 10 minutes according to the Elantra camera evidence. So he didn't have time to be outside, strip this whole thing off, bag it up neatly, tie it off so that it's sealed. He jumped in that damn car and took off.
Mhm.
So there's evidence in that car. Their DNA, his everything. There's probably blood in the car. He takes that long drive to dispose of those items and then heads home. And he probably cleaned the car, and I'm sure as a criminology major, he knows how to clean the vehicle, but not that well.
Wow.
Not that well.
Yes, Jaguars. That's my daughter. Isn't she beautiful? Just have to say that. She's amazing. And
Because they have that car in impound already. I mean, they are taking that thing apart.
oh, they are. But you know, the thing, what I'm saying, there's no way they track this guy all the way across the country and had him pulled over and, you know, all these things without feeling very secure about it.
Mm-hmm.
You just, the resources of the federal government, of every, you know, that was a lot of resources that went into that. And not to say, and they should go into it. When you think of what a horrible scene this was.
Right.
You know, you don't hold back anything. You know, what I'm nervous about at this point is that, you know, I kind of mentioned the other day, like the Menendez brothers, you know, when they first strutted in with their Armani suits and, you know, were too cool for school with their high-powered attorneys, very expensive attorneys, because they had, of course, you know, inherited millions of dollars.
Right.
And then when that didn't go so well and they had to turn it around, and these attorneys had them, you know, dress in, you know, sweater vests, you know, there's cold right here.
Just cold right here.
Yeah, and just looking like goofus, you know, just nerds, you know, total, they had to turn that around. But those attorneys all of a sudden became
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just want to say, Jerry always makes me laugh. So that's why I don't even think I'm laughing at like anything to do with the crime or the terrible. No, Jerry always cracks me up. I just see her comments and they just make me giggle. So if anyone sees me laughing, it's not at what Jackie's saying. It's probably Jerry.
I got to tell you, Jerry, when I talked to her on the phone before we came live tonight, she said, Jerry cracks me up, because a lot of time, even if she's not in the chat, or she watches it the next day. She's like, she just cracks me up a lot.
Yeah. So I wasn't trying to cut you off, but I just kept laughing, and I was like, I look like a total jerk talking about something serious, and I keep giggling. But it's just Jerry just says funny things. It just makes me laugh. So, and when she said something like, don't they have him on video hitting the curb? That made me laugh. I don't know if that's on video, but I imagine that's what the officer meant when he said he unsuccessfully attempted to park. They would catch that, and he says that in the affidavit. He attempted to park unsuccessfully, which that kind of made me laugh. And that's probably what he's talking about.
Yeah, and that's what she was saying when you were talking about a vehicle was going in reverse. And
yeah.
What?
Was that on VHBs or something? It was breaking news, and she's like, "You're kidding? You're not? No way. There's no vehicle being put in reverse right now in the state of Idaho." She's like, "Sure as shit, there was." I was about to piss me off. So just so you know, Jerry, you crack me up regularly. She also thinks that there's an intruder behind you from your curtains.
What?
And now the way that they look on camera looks like someone standing in the doorway.
Well.
And now Cricket sees it too, so you're freaking everybody out. So, but anyway, I mean, you can go back to the important conversations. Again, if anyone sees me giggle, it's more than likely Jerry. Sometimes it's Tony. Tony says really funny stuff too. He's the one who came up with human sledgehammer to describe Steve. And I don't know if he's in here all the time, but if he is, he has seen me use human sledgehammer several times.
Yeah, I was to say you do use that a lot.
Yeah, that one got me good. So. But anyway, you can kind of go back to the important things. I'm just
right. Yeah, I've hit a lot of things. Curbs is what I mean.
a lot of careful.
No, I actually have never been in an accident that I've hit anything. I've been hit, but yeah, in a parking space or whatever. But I was never ever leaving the scene of an accident or approaching. He did this approaching it. See, he wasn't as smart as he thinks he is. I don't think he's
a driver. I mean, we know for a fact he was pulled over 4 separate times in like 3 months. Once while he was surveilling a house, and twice while after he committed a crime. He's a bad driver.
Right. And top hats, would you ever even think that the other night when we went over that violation, that traffic violation, that would actually be in the affidavit? Well, I didn't think it would. Well, I didn't know, but clearly you saw the relevance in it because you found it and pulled it up, and that's because you are who you are and you're awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Top Hat does a great job with researching, which I appreciate because I don't always have time to get as much stuff over to Jackie as I'd like to, but I appreciate that you do Top Hats.
I know. She texted me this morning and I was like, okay, I'm trying right now. I've got a little maniac child here trying to ramrod my business, but I see that Top Hats has sent several emails and I'm chomping at the bit to open it up. But, this little boy literally can pull things off a stove right now. He's fast. He's a lot. And it's crazy. But I was like, oh my God, I'm trying. Because today was so nerve-wracking, right? Like you just you feel so much emotion today. I don't know, but I felt so much emotion today. I was just really, you would think that I had no idea they'd been massacred and that blood hadn't been running down the foundation. I knew these things, but yet all of a sudden it just came hard.
Yeah, it was a lot. And I know I was getting pissed because when I first tried to pull up the affidavit, the page was down, which, to be honest, makes sense that everybody on the planet was trying to get into that page at the same time, so the servers probably just couldn't handle it. And your email wasn't coming through, and I'm like, I couldn't. And I was at the doctor's office with my husband, and I had bad service. I was like harassing the lady to give me the Wi-Fi password so I could pull it up. And I was getting like mad. She's trying to take my husband's vitals. And I was like, hey, Wi-Fi password. I need that. Thank you. You can wait. It's an allergy doctor. We're good. Give me the information I need. So it was very stressful today. Very, very stressful.
I know, and Top Hats is like, I don't know if you already have. I'm like, no, but please bring it on. I'm like, I can't even get to my computer. I kept trying to forward all of Top Hat's texts or emails to Fig, and she's like, I'm not getting. I'm like, what? I don't know what the hell. She's like, they're probably too big for your phone, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. By the time I got to my computer, he took a nap, kind of. So I got to take a shower and then run in here and use my computer. And then she got it was just, but it was it seemed like a very nervous day, I don't know. Like there was just so much going on. And because it's so important, I could never see me trying to talk about something that doesn't mean anything. I don't ever see myself caring about things that, especially, you see all this drama on, I'm a little teeny tiny bit that I'm seeing of drama on YouTube. And I'm like, I just can't even care about that. Why would anybody care about that? And I'm not going to, I've been attacked and I do get a little defensive and spout off. But in reality, seriously, this stuff is nonsense. That stuff's nonsense. People today relived when we read this, and it's so hard for us. I corresponded with Top Hats. We both discussed that we were in tears, and it's so hard to do. Those weren't our children. Can you even? I can't. I cannot. I cannot. And I try so hard to think, oh my God, wow, how? I've always said when a kid disappears, I remember one year, this girl right here that's sharing the panel with me, she kept saying, can I do this? Can I do that? And I was like, no, no, you can't. No, you can't. You can't be by yourself. You can't. I finally let her go to the swings by herself that day, very briefly. And that is the day that Mikkel Biggs, just 4 miles from our house, same, almost to the day, exact age as this girl right here. At that same time, during that same game, first time ever, Arizona Cardinals were in the playoffs, went missing. And forever I said, how do you ever go to sleep? And I was like, look, you can never, ever leave my sight again. Ever, ever. We went through this whole thing. Scream your head off. Do everything. How do you ever go to sleep again without knowing where that... Today, they don't know where that child is. Today. Mm-hmm. And that was 1998? 99?
Sounds about right. I would have to double check, but it's close.
How do you ever go to sleep? How do you ever eat? How do you go to the store, cook? I can do nothing ever again. Nothing. I don't know where my child is. That is so unbelievable to me. I can't handle. And all I can think about today is how my reaction to these documents, and that's not my baby. How in the hell do they live? And that guy sit there and say, yes, yes. You know what? How do you hold back? If you're in that room, how do you not say? Because all you want is to go back to November 11. And let's, please, God, let me go back. And none of this happened, please. You know, go back to November 21st of, what is his birthday, 19. Please, somebody. Because how do you live with knowing your child was that terrified and that? Now, you know what? We were told they all were sleeping, and they were not.
Right. That almost makes me wonder about the medical examiner too, honestly, because first of all, I've never seen a medical examiner go on a talk show tour ever before in my life.
And contradict herself.
Yes, yes. And that felt like so okay. I mean, at first I was like, wow, Moscow PD knew that they didn't know. They called in the feds, they called in the state police, they called in a lot of help. I think they got this. And then you had the medical examiner coming out and just saying on a tour, like I've never seen a press tour.
And act like she's a in high school or something. I mean, she looked like she was 100, but she acted like she was 10. I don't know.
So, but it's almost like they were like, yeah, go ahead, go out there. Tell them they were sleeping. Like it's like they were just.
They weren't.
I know, but it's almost like the police were allowing that to say, yeah, go ahead, tell them whatever you want. It's not true. But that is terrible. You're right. The fact that they were not. At least we know that Ethan and Xana were likely not. We know that Xana was not.
They saw there was fear. There was, oh my God. You know what? We felt better knowing that they didn't see it coming. I did, I guess. I don't know what the hell I thought. I don't even know what I thought. I know that this whole thing has made me sick, and I'm 100 times sicker today than I was. Because I try to think of my kids, of my babies. And I could not live with them. For those parents heard that somebody said, cried out, and oh, somebody's here. All these things that we didn't think that happened because we thought they were asleep.
Right.
All the more reason for the MFer to fry. You know what? First of all, I hope he doesn't. Okay, I hope he does not get the DP. Because if he does get it, he will, because he's calculated and intentional enough and thinks he knows everything on earth, that he's going to spend how much of this time wasting more tax dollars with appeals and bull crap. Okay? The fact is, Judgment Day is going to come for him.
Yeah.
And also, I don't want him on death row because that means he will not be in general population. And quite honestly, I am not going to lie how much I love the sentence that Jeffrey Dahmer got. I love it.
You mean the what he ultimately got, not the what he was given, right?
Right, absolutely.
Yeah.
Don't hide them away from general population because they will take care of it as we would if he was out in the. If you want to put Leilani, you want to put this guy right here in my street, I'll take care of it.
Right. Right. Yep.
Yep,
Top
exactly
Jen
right.
problem solved. Yep.
There you go.
Jerry, you're right too. I do hate knowing that Dylan had to hear that. I mean, the poor thing probably hears that in her sleep.
She'll never go over that. She has a life sentence.
Just reading that
100%.
she heard the things that she heard made my stomach hurt. I felt the knot in my stomach. She actually heard it, and that absolutely kills me.
Exactly right, Jerry. This is,
and like I said, probably it was just drama and whatever, and just not trying to be involved, and it's just horrible.
Me too. I've had a certain sense of thinking. We were led to believe, and I'm not dogging anybody for this because I think they've done I think they did a phenomenal job. I cannot even tell you how happy I am with what this investigation did. But we were led to believe, I don't know that anyone said it, because the coroner said all kinds of crap. But I think we were led to believe, or we decided to believe they were asleep, and that made me feel better.
Yeah,
and
definitely
learned that they were not only not asleep, they had just gotten DoorDash, for F's sake.
Right. It's for the 911 call. I see this all the time. Because Cricket asked about it. So I actually kind of did some digging on it. This idea that the unconscious person was one of the roommates who had come out screaming, was unconscious, and somebody else picked up the phone and said that came from another YouTuber. I can't remember his name. I'll have to go and see if I can find it in my history at some point. But he had received a message from somebody who claimed to have been there at the time and had explained that situation, said that they were like a friend or something like that. Now, I don't know that that's not true. I don't know that it is. But that kind of spread like wildfire as the rumor as to what happened. The official Moscow police update says something different. That does not mean that they're even truthful, as we know. What is happening? I'm hiding these and they're still coming up. Mr. Snotty's getting them too, so I don't know. Let me know if the sex bots are back in. Sorry, top hats. Not today. So who knows which part of that is true, but that rumor about the 911 call for the unconscious person being one of the roommates is, as far as I can tell, it's a rumor. Somebody saying that they were close to one of the girls said that that's what happened.
It's not letting me block them.
Well, it looks like me and Mr. Top Hat took care of it. I think we're good. I think it's only showing up for us. It's not for everybody else. But so that's something that I have seen a lot too, and a lot of people have questions about it. Unfortunately, because there's just been so many rumors in this case, it's hard to separate what's fact and what's a rumor. So the affidavit is great because it does clear a lot of things up. But I think between the rumors, the police, like I said, playing like 4D chess with this guy on the Hyundai Elantra and some of the other things that they were doing, it gets very convoluted. And I'm sure it will just continue to get that way. The gag order, I think, is only going to make that worse. Unfortunately, it's just going to keep.
I think it's going to. I feel like they're being very. I thought we would get nothing today.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they would put out an affidavit that had said nothing. Mm-hmm. That was completely redacted. So.
Good night, Legs, for day 63.
Oh,
thanks for joining.
Good night, Legs. Thank you. in here.
One of the things just popped into my mind when I saw Cricket talking about how they're going to probably re-traumatize poor Dylan in court. And I think that they absolutely will. They're going to hit her hard about not calling 911. I do just tend to believe there's an innocent reason for that. Whose mind goes to, wow, my roommate must have been murdered. It probably, whatever. So, but what I was thinking about actually was a lot of people have said that they believe that he just didn't know the other two were there, which is possible. If they got home earlier, he might not have seen them come in. But if his cell phone pinged being in that area 12 times between June 22nd, I think it says when he got the phone, and the night of the murders, he definitely knew they lived there.
No,
Like,
he did.
I mean, there's no possible way that all the 12 times he was in the area, he never saw them.
Okay, I have said, okay, a lot of things, almost everything I said was wrong. Okay, I understand that. I definitely said that I thought they knew them very personally. Okay. I also said, but I also, first thing I ever said about this, the very first night I ever talked about it, I said, I believe it was probably a incel.
Mm-hmm.
And he is.
I think it's hard for people to believe. I think, first of all, the vast majority of murders are committed by people you know personally.
Right.
The vast majority of even those tend to be an intimate partner of some kind, or an ex-partner. But so it's hard to go to a person that you don't even know, that you did nothing to and have nothing to do with, wants to kill you. And obviously we know that that happens, but that is the more rare occasion.
Right.
But it's even more so rare to come in and kill 4 people. So I mean, it was a very good educated guess to assume that it was somebody who had to have known them, or at least knew a couple of them, or had some kind of grudge against them. The fact that it's somebody who had no idea who they were, really, obviously at some point someone in that house caught his eye to some degree that made them want to be his target. Not, I think, because of anything that they did, but something that he happened to see or something. But
I do believe, though, I also had felt that he was there before everybody got there, and he wasn't. But
right.
I do believe one of those 12 times, at least one of those, he actually went into the house.
Yeah, I mean, it says he went there with the exception of one time, it says, late night, early morning. It does not depict the one time it wasn't late night, early morning. If it was during the daytime, there was likely nobody home. I mean, they had classes and stuff.
Right.
As far as the phone, Cricket, obviously we don't know why he got a new phone in June. But I think this was like his first semester at Washington.
It was.
I'm correct, right? He had just barely moved there. So getting the new phone could have been because he moved there. Now, I don't know who the hell gets a new cell phone just because they moved these days. I don't think most people do that. They don't even, I mean, you don't even charge long distance anymore. But that could definitely explain that he'd moved there. But I think, I mean, if they can track him 12 times between June and November going to that house, he saw them relatively quickly upon moving to the area and decided they were a target relatively early.
I'm not sure. Something brought him to that area because that's very far from his house.
But you're talking approximately 19, maybe 20 weeks between the time period of getting that phone and the murders, approximately. That's 12 times is a lot in approximately 20 weeks. We just have to show that he need to be arrested. There will be so much more release if the case goes forward. Absolutely, Rich. Yeah, absolutely. Probable cause affidavit. All you need is, like it says, probable cause. It's likely that he's our guy. That's all you have to prove. We see people walking late at night. We hear squeals, random shouts sometimes, especially on weekends. Yeah, Jerry. Actually, where we live, we're in Arizona, ASU is a huge, huge school. And right on, basically, it's right off campus, but essentially on campus, it's like this whole party row where everybody parties constantly. And there's actually a legal battle going on right now because a retirement home was built directly next to that. And lo and behold, they don't like how loud college kids are. So not that unusual to hear loud screaming and yelling and even fights and drama and crying. Again, I was in college at one point. It's not unusual to see girls with no shoes on, crying, chasing somebody down the road. Doesn't mean
Right. And a lot of times as another female, I was quite annoyed with people like that.
Yeah.
I never wanted to be. Every time I went to a party or definitely if I was ready to go to sleep, I don't want to hear it. Probably maybe tomorrow you can tell me, probably not. I don't care.
Right.
I never got myself involved with drama. I had, I had my scuffles here and there, but it wasn't about, it was all stupid. Of course it was. But I never got involved with drama, and I didn't want to hear drama. I refused to hear drama.
Mm-hmm.
I got along better with males as a rule always because they weren't talking about stupid crap. And
Well, they're
that's
talking
very
about stupid crap, but it's a different kind of stupid crap. We'll find the 3 dots to work on. Not bad. But yeah, I don't think it's that unusual. That's what I'm saying is it says that she was in shock. She had heard crying. She had actually heard a male say, "It's okay, I'll help you." That doesn't sound like something really all that nefarious going on. At worst, it sounds like maybe a little bit of drama happening. And if you're a 19-year-old girl
right.
who's used to
Right.
nonsense probably happening, I know Kaylee and Jack had just recently broken up, not that long before the homicides happened. There probably was arguing going on in the house between those two on a regular basis. Ethan and Xana were together, but college kids argue about stupid stuff, especially after they've been partying all night.
Well,
So-
everybody does. Everybody does. You argue
Right.
with Mr. Fig. I argue with Mr. Snotty. And, I know there are times when we end up a lot of times just turning around and laughing because we have the chihuahuas wound up tighter than crap. And it's not that big of a deal,
Mm-hmm.
But, people hear something and my thinking is that she thought it was between Ethan and Xana.
Yeah, they'd had some type of argument, maybe something that happened at the party, and it got brought home, and it became a fight. And
the problem is that you can't. My problem is that, and again, I'm not blaming her for anything. I don't know what happened for sure. I don't know everything, and I know she didn't do it, and I'm not putting her down. But I'm pretty sure that she didn't think that Ethan was wearing all that.
Right. I don't, and that's why it says in there that she saw a male that she said she did not recognize, and that she was kind of frozen in shock, probably because it's 4:00 in the morning. She kept hearing stuff, kept looking, nothing was happening, because it says that she opens the door 3 separate times. It's not until the 3rd time that she sees somebody coming towards her. It probably did shock her. I mean, like a startle. You're like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're kind of like stuck, and they walk away, and you're like, I don't know who the hell that was, but I'm locking the door. I don't want any part of this. I don't think it would run through your mind that it was a murderer. It took me a while today to get past that. Like, you saw him and didn't call, like, then you went back to bed. But when you really actually think about it, what you would probably do in that situation in reality, she doesn't describe hearing anything that would lead you to believe that 4 people had been knifed to death.
Right. You never just go to that assumption. Why would you? I mean, that's just crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I was not a huge partier because I had my son when I was 22, so pregnant at 21, so I was never a big partier. My husband was, And him and his friends have walked into just random strangers' houses regularly and not really thought it was that weird. Because they were big partiers in college and they did all kinds of stupid stuff. You know, we had a friend that actually, the police got called because he accidentally wandered into the wrong house, thinking it was the one he had been partying at earlier. And of course it wasn't. And the husband woke up and found him down there and called the police. So it really wasn't all that uncommon for him to just be at places he doesn't know anybody there and nobody knew him. So, you know, at that age, it's really, that's why I'm saying I think it's really important to just keep trying to spread that message that I don't think Dylan is involved, clearly. But I also don't think she necessarily did anything wrong. And again, I think those girls have taken so much hate because the police have not, they've not released a lot of that information, which has made it look suspicious, but it's because it's pertinent to the case. And unfortunately, those girls have taken, you know, a beating online and everywhere else for all of that sounding suspicious. Define you hover over the throat. Oh, I didn't even realize. So who it must have. Oh, she did mod Top Hats. I didn't even. I saw you talking about it, but I didn't know she actually modded you. That's funny. Trying to kind of go through these since Snotty's taking a little break here. When I was their age, I was a full-time student, a single mom. I would have went back to bed too, because that's how it's hard. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Probably thinking that's drama I'll deal with tomorrow. I don't want to hear about Ethan and Xana fighting at 4 a.m. I'm going to go back to sleep. Because they had all been out partying too. So, I am not a partier and I still would probably do that. I'm going to sneak to bed so that I don't have to even be kept up by my husband later trying to talk to me. Always lived adjacent to a college or college town. You hear stuff all the time. Doesn't concern you. Yeah, you just get used to it. Let chat down because I don't know what I'm doing. You will not let us down, Top Hats. Trust me. You will not let us down. If they're going to need some therapy, they really are. And the girls are going to need therapy, and they're really going to need people to just back off. Oh, and unfortunately, all I've seen is the affidavit has just made it worse. Not intentionally, obviously, but because it does leave questions. You saw the guy who didn't call 911, and nobody's thinking logically to say, why would they have called 911? Yeah, Top Hats is all over everything. I'm not even worried about it. You got this. I slept until the afternoon. Avoided anything that seemed dramatic and just gone to bed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you take that information and you think about it logically, that's probably what most of us would have done. Because again, when you hear the descriptions of what she heard, she thought she heard Haley playing with the dog. And she thought, you know, she obviously did hear Xana. And she heard a male talking to Xana about something that didn't sound threatening at all, which is actually the part that gives me the pit in my stomach. I would hope not, Frazzle. I hope they don't go back to that school, to be honest. People have dug into them, their boyfriends, their social media. That, I mean, it's been crazy how much people have. And I know it's not just them. There's been a lot of people that have taken that in social media. But because of Brian's arrest, all that heat went away. And unfortunately, it's continued to be on Dylan especially. I was really wondering if she could have saved them. Yeah, I hope so too. I don't think calling 911 would have saved them. From my understanding, these were really brutal.
Well, the coroner did say, again, we don't know what, you know, I mean, she did say a lot of contradicting things, and, you know, whether she looks like a redheaded Mrs. Doubtfire, I don't know. But, and she's also an attorney in that area, which could be, you know, controversial, I guess. But she did say that they had what do you call, I don't know how to describe it actually. They did have wounds that definitely ended their life right at that time. I'm not saying it right. I'm sorry. Cricket, oh my God, I feel the exact same way. They're traumatized for life. There's no way around that. How could you not be? Like when I say how I feel, and I am not directly involved with these people, I was not there. It's not my family, and I feel so ill. Oh, is Top Hat? Uh, Good night, Top Hats. Thank you so, so much for everything. I truly appreciate you more than I could ever tell you. And I was thinking about you and your son today. I really was. With all this going on, I truly was thinking about you. And I hope it went as well as could be expected. Thank you for everything you do. Oh, thank you so much, Frazzled. Thanks for chatting with me today, too. I appreciate you very, very much. You guys are awesome. I know it was tough. I'm sorry, Top Hats. I'm very sorry. Thank you so much, Jaguars, for hanging out with us tonight. It's been a lot. It has been a lot. I know. Yeah, please hit like on your way out. Please. I would appreciate it very much. I actually appreciate you guys so, so much. You have no idea. I love hanging out with you guys. You're so sweet, Frazzle. You know, it was very heavy. It was hard. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Cricket, my grandson's going to be here at 7 a.m. also. Thank you so much for hanging out, too. It was a good, I think we had a great chat. And I didn't contribute to chat so much, and I am sorry for that. No, you know what, Jerry? That's the thing that is so crazy that it was very heavy, very heavy. To me, it was hard. I don't know why it was so hard. We knew it was bad. Yep, 100%, Rich. Thank you for that, because you know what? That's absolutely right. And I have to say, based on what we see so far, they have done an amazing job. I am so impressed with that and so thankful, because absolutely that kind of person that has no regard for life, that is that, I don't even know. I find myself at a loss how to even describe it because it's so horrible. Right? That's the thing. I don't know why I felt like it just, oh. I didn't think we were going to get this much. And like I said, I knew how horrible it was by seeing the blood dripping down outside, all those things. But for whatever reason, today, this affidavit was very hard, heavy, and a lot for me. I don't know why.
Sorry, I just saw where, again, I always look like a jerk because I'm laughing, but I'm reading the chat. I had gotten text messages from my son that he was scared. He wanted me to come.
Oh,
That's why I was gone for a while. He should have been in bed a long time ago, but it's what happens when your husband's on bedtime duty. But he was having trouble falling asleep. So.
well, why was he afraid?
He just does that. He just gets afraid sometimes. So, but it's okay. We talked about Hawaii. He's working on that.
Yeah, we're taking a family vacation next year to Hawaii, so yeah, that's gonna be great.
Yeah, so hopefully Jackie will be up to 1,000 by that time. No, I'm just kidding. You know what I mean? So,
Well,
but yeah, I probably will have to run here soon because he didn't look too pleased that I was leaving. I just got him on the right track to at least try to relax.
Well, you got to give him love from Dobby.
I definitely will. Thanks for having me tonight, chat. I appreciate it. It's always exciting to go through the breaking news, even though it's terrible. At least we got something today, and hopefully we're on the road to justice.
Right.
That part's exciting. So.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for doing this. I do appreciate you more than you know.
No, of course. So I'll see you guys around. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow night. Hopefully I'll be in chat. I got my son has personal training again tomorrow night, so that always kind of throws it off. I like to go and watch him beast out a little bit. So, but good night, everybody.
Good night. Love you.
Love you too. Bye-bye.
Bye, honey. You're 2 states away from Idaho. Please, everyone, be safe and make sure you keep these things. Oh, you're right. Everybody stay safe for sure. Yep, and good night to you too, Rich. Thank you so much for hanging out. You know, Jerry, I just feel like it's just been a lot. I don't know why it hit me so hard today. I don't, but it really did. And I've heard a lot of stories about how people are really beating up the roommate for how she behaved or for her actions. But you know what? The fact is, I don't know exactly we don't know everything that happened, and I just cannot go after somebody who is clearly a victim. She can't live a normal life ever again, period. No way around it. Oh my God. Well, you need to get to sleep. Yeah, we need to just, we've been on here over 4 hours. Yeah. I hope, I don't know, Jerry, if you did watch the very beginning of this show with the 3D floor plan, but they did a great job with that. It is. It's so tragic, and it just makes my stomach hurt. All I can think about is I keep picturing those parents. Everyone with the parents, they're that 25 times a day, 1,000 times a day, whatever, it just goes through your head. It's so, so sad. It's so terrible. And it's just weird to me. All of a sudden, it seems almost like today was the first day it happened, and it's not. But it just really hit hard. But so we'll say goodnight. Get some sleep, Jerry. Don't sleep 3 hours tonight. You got to sleep more. My goodness. You need to get some sleep. But thank you so, so much for hanging out with us. Oh my God. I'm telling you, Fig called me right before we went on, and she's all, oh my God, Mom, Jerry makes me laugh so hard. I go, I told you, me too. It cracks me up. And it's, especially when we talk about such things, it's good to laugh because you need to. Right? It is. It's so real. You'll get 11 hours of sleep tonight, you think? Maybe I misunderstood. Oh, yeah. We so appreciate you. I can't even tell you. Me and my sister text about you the other night because you make me laugh so hard. And I love laughter more than anything in this world. And especially since I go and dig up all the ugliness I can find. It's surprising that I love to laugh, but I truly do. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I love you being here. It means I have this whole as soon as I glance over and I see that orange heart, I'm like, oh, that's awesome. I love it too. I do very much. Okay, we're gonna call it quits. I do have the boy coming in 8 hours, and I still need some things to do. That's right, it does, and maybe that's why it's okay for me to look certain things up, because then I turn around and laugh about something else. I try to. I always said I just think funny things. Sometimes I just sit here and I'm like, I just start laughing about something I could think about. Okay, guys, good night. Thank you so, so much for everything. It was a hard night, but a good night, and we did it together, and I appreciate you more than anything. And I love you guys. Thank you so, so much for hanging out with us. Exactly. God will. We don't know what tomorrow brings, but if we're all here tomorrow, we're going to be right here together. Hopefully. It's exactly right. God willing. God bless everyone. Thank you so, so much. And I appreciate you a ton.